Good evening, everyone. Call to order. Could we come to quiet, please? Could we have the roll call, please, Mr. Chief Deputy City Clerk?
Yes, Mayor. Roll call. Mayor Sticks.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Whitman.
Here.
Councilmember Lang.
Here.
Councilmember Rule.
Here.
Councilmember Francina.
Here. Thank you, and welcome everyone to the July 9th, 2024 meeting of the Ojai City Council. Will you please say the pledge for us?
Absolutely,
Thank
Mayor.
you, Weston.
Welcome, Mayor, staff, members of the community. Please rise. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Weston. And is there a motion to approve the agenda?
I'll move to approve it.
And a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, excellent. And no commission reports, no presentations. So we will move right on to public communication. Let's begin with Randy Haney, then Larry Steingold, then Anita Hendricks. Oh, I'm sorry, wrong pile. That's the first time I've done that in 4 years. Ron Solarsino, Randy Haney, and Casey Abbott. Thank you.
All righty. Thank you so much, members of council. My name is Ron Solarsino, the regional librarian for the Ojai Valley. Just a couple of quick things today. I just want to remind everybody that our summer reading program is still going on with the Ventura County Library. We have a program for youth and for adults, and there's still time to join in and keep reading with us. The program is going to run through the beginning of August, and at the Ojai Library in specifics, we have weekly events going on for kids and youth, as well as a couple of remaining one-time events. Coming up on Sunday, July 14th, we're going to have a rock painting art craft going on at the library. That's going to start at 12:30 in the afternoon. And then our end of summer party, can't believe it's already getting here, is going to be on Thursday, August 1st. So on Thursday, August 1st at 5 p.m., we're going to have Mr. Softy joining us at the library to cap off our summer programs. And the other thing I wanted to mention, as things have been hot here recently, it's looking to be a hot week, just a reminder that the library is a cooling center. We are open Monday through Thursday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m., and Friday, Saturday, Sunday, noon to 5. We have air conditioning, running water, and places to sit down. So if anyone wants to avail themselves of some air conditioning, feel free to join us at the library. And that's all I have for now. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ron. Next, we have Randy Haney, then Casey Abbott, and then Anita Hendricks.
Mayor, council, and staff, thank you for allowing me these 3 minutes. I just wanted to talk about communication and the opportunity that presents yourself tonight. Well, let's do it this way. I'm hoping that tonight you're going to communicate to the community all of the issues that everyone raised at the last council meeting regarding this homelessness and the affordable housing and the issues related to that. I think, or I should say I feel, that what has happened is that we haven't, as a community, received enough information from you and from staff, and therefore there's a ton of rumors and a lot of misinformation that is going on out there. And tonight you have an opportunity. You have quite a few things on the agenda. I would just say take a step back, and in your deliberation and in any form of discussion with us, that you explain yourself. And for instance, the city manager and a couple of us met last Wednesday. I think Leslie Rule was there. I think it would be great to give Leslie and the city manager an opportunity to talk about that meeting and what transpired, the good and the bad, because there was some good and there was some bad. But most importantly is at the end of the meeting, 6 people left that room feeling pretty comfortable about what took place. So it was a good opportunity to communicate. And I'm just saying we need to do more of that, you especially, so that we remove the fear, we remove the anxiety, we remove the rumors, and we start dealing with facts. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy. Next, we have Casey Abbott. then Anita Hendricks, and then Jeffrey Starkweather. No, Casey? Okay, Anita Hendricks?
I would like the city council to consider creating a community pool for Ojai. For years and years, ever since I've been here, we have not had a community pool. Every summer, children who aren't from families that are wealthy enough to be a member of the athletic club do not have a pool to go to, even adults. And I don't know how much it would cost to do that, but you know, the residents of Ojai count, the children of Ojai count, and I think it's really imperative that we finally get a community pool. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Anita. Next, we have Jeffrey Starkweather.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I appreciate you so much addressing this homeless issue. It is a crisis here in Ojai. I just want to remind you all and the community, because we had an expert here on the statewide study, that homelessness is a housing problem. So we've got to deal with the housing in a systemic way, both shortage of housing and the cost. When we think about systems analysis of a system, we think of stock and flow. Stock, if you think about, I'll give you examples of bathtub. The stock is the amount of water in the bathtub. The flow is water coming in, water going out. If water comes in and you don't stop it, it overflows. If water goes out and you don't do something to put water in, it goes empty. In our case, the stock here is the homeless people and the encampment. But we also have a flow problem. And doing this solution is not going to change the flow problem. It's the amount of people that become homeless and the problem of people transitioning out of homeless either to permanent supportive housing or into actual jobs and housing. The big solution, obviously, ultimately, is more housing that's price acceptable, and more permanent supporting housing. Like our Cabrillo project, 3 years away. But there is a short-term approach, and it's called rental assistance. In our housing element, we have promised to give money to the Help of Ojai for rental assistance. And why is that important? Because rental assistance, as I interviewing them, I found that can prevent people from becoming homeless when they're in a crisis, or it can help people move. So that can help stem or slow down the flow into our system. The second is coming out of it. If someone's transitioning out and they've got a job, it might be nice to have some rental assistance to help them get a start. I would say at the last meeting, and I support it, we allocated at least $1.5 million for climate change. We're going to give the new manager $450,000 for down payment or help with his housing. I think we could be giving, for the next 3 years, $500,000 a year to Help of Ojai to help us stem the flow into this system and help people out of this system. And you know, we're going to get a lot more money with El Roblar coming in. And the second thing is we need to create a permanent housing and homeless prevention commission. And one of its big tasks, another part of our housing element which we have not addressed, is regulatory reform. We need to reduce the regulations that make it difficult to build affordable housing as well as business. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Any comments online, Weston?
Thank you, Mayor.
Oh, we have one more in the house.
Mr. Steingold?
Larry Steingold. Jeffrey, I actually agree with you. Seriously, if you want to stop somebody from becoming homeless, you don't have them not have a house. I mean, it's a pretty simple concept. Okay, I mean, you're going to spend $12 million to do something when you have somebody like Mesa, who actually talked about trying to stem the tide of homelessness where it starts, right? So if you don't start there, all we're doing is we're pushing against the tide. Well, if you do something in the beginning, you don't have to worry about it later on as much. So have a committee, do something, start educating our children. talk to them about balancing a checkbook, do whatever it is. Okay, but do something, because whatever we're doing isn't working. Electric vehicles, different subject. Do we have a generator that will charge the electric vehicles when the grid is down? Big enough? Question? Okay, just curiosity. And I can add to my minutes. The process for road safety. We have stop signs that went up. Why? 2 people died, one on Kuyama and one on Grand. And we had a dog die. And all of a sudden we got stop signs. Okay, a year or 2 later, 6 months later. No studies. I'd like a stop sign. We were told we don't have enough fatalities, enough action, enough problems. There's nothing there to get a stop sign. But they get stop signs. Whether it's right or wrong, whether they're needed or not. Have the process should work. That's all anybody wants. So, anyway, do what you can, but do it. I mean, enough with promises and just do something.
Thank you, Larry. Any comments online, Weston?
No raised hands, Mayor, but speaking to our Zoom participants online, we are about to end our general public comment period. I still see no raised hands. We'll give it one more moment before we move on. And let's move on, Mayor.
Thank you. All right, we'll move on to the consent calendar. Is there a motion to approve?
Excuse me, I'd like to pull an item.
Which one?
It's a really good question. I did know. The warrant. So let's see, is that B? 1B.
Anybody else? Nope. Okay, is there a motion to approve everything except B?
I will. I'll move to approve everything but B.
Okay, in a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Councilmember Rule?
Yeah, so I just actually wanted to speak to, on item 8 on page 3 of 3, where it's Casitas Multiple Municipal Water District, $83,000. I wanted to just sort of clarify that. I did ask earlier the city manager and the tech department what that $83,000 was for. And basically it was to lay fiber optic conduit. We are a municipal we're considered a middle mile, basically. And when we were tearing up the streets, when Casitas was tearing up the streets to put new water pipes in, it was decided that it would be a good time to lay fiber optic. That is, to take advantage of the situation. So that actual $83,000 put in fiber optic for the Park and Rec department and to connect us. So I just wanted to clarify that. And I'm just, so when the water line replacement happened on 150, the council, and I kind of forgot this, approved that we go ahead and lay that fiber optic at the same time. So that's what we did. And I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, all right, so we need a motion to approve B.
I'll make the motion to approve
Okay.
B.
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, all right, wonderful. All right, we will move on to discussion. This is item number 2. Creation of Tiny Homes Permanent Supportive Housing Project Location Task Force, Community Engagement Communications Ad Hoc Committee, and Project Advisory Committee, and City Hall Unhoused Encampment Resolution Funding, or ERF grant update. We have a staff report, Mr. City Manager.
Yes, Mayor, you have an oral presentation from me. I also want to point out that I've got some help here this evening. I anticipate, with the folks gathered, that there may be some questions from the public, and so we have Jen Harkey from Ventura County who's here. We've got Jane Walter and Whitney Nunez from Help of Ojai. We have Amy Weiss from the St. Francis Challenge. And on Zoom, we have Jeff Gaddis. So we have a lot of folks here to answer questions. And so if it goes off into an area where I'm not the expert, I may be calling on somebody to answer a question for you. But
Great. And thank you to all the experts for being here, showing up. And Jeff online, thank you.
Great. So this is kind of a 2-part presentation. One is an update on our encampment. I think what I might do is just flip things around a little bit because I think it makes a little more sense for discussion. give you an update on where we are with the encampment, and then we can go into what I'm asking you to do this evening. So let's start with the encampment. So since the time that we last met, we've made some additional progress with the encampment. We're continually working on it. There are three major things that have taken place. One is we've had Amy Weiss St. Francis Challenge arrive, and she and her dog Rio G now live in the encampment. There's a little 15-foot trailer out there. She's visible, she's present, and she's implementing the resident steward model. And she is going to be here. Amy, are you here somewhere in the audience? She just walked. Okay, well, when she comes back in, if I can spot her, just want to make sure those of you that haven't met her in the public can do a, there she is. There's Amy. Okay, thank you for being here, Amy. Okay, so very, very important because we're implementing some order, some structure, some community. There's been a survey that Amy has put out to those people who live in the greater neighborhood, getting their feedback on what's happened so far, what they'd like to see. We will be holding some additional public meetings for those that want to attend with Amy. You don't have to live in the neighborhood only to attend that, but we're just trying to really build a mini village and community here. So that's been very positive. We also now have private security at the encampment. It's here every day from 4 p.m. to 7 a.m. And it's also starting this coming weekend going to be 24 hours a day for the weekend period only and for city holidays. That will give Amy a little bit of a break because she's pretty much on all the time, as you might imagine. But it also is going to provide some much needed help, just making sure people who are in the encampment are who should be there and those who should not be there are not there, quelling disturbances, so on and so forth. So I want to make you aware of that. We're continuing to follow council direction to put together a bid process for building out the lower portion of the encampment. Regardless of what happens with the tiny homes project, we are going to continue the effort to build out the lower part of the encampment to make it uniform with the upper part, meaning that there will be platforms and wilderness tents. We'll get people off the dirt onto platforms. It's a much more sanitary and secure way to operate. I feel it's going to aesthetically look a lot better. So that is underway, but it is a formal bid process, so we've had to bring in some engineers and so forth to help us get the material prepared, but it's getting close, and we anticipate that will be built out, bid upon, coming back to you for approval, and then completed hopefully in the August-September timeframe. Kind of a clumsy way to finish up that update, sorry. So that's in general kind of what's going on. I think that is noteworthy in the encampment. I don't think I've forgotten anything, but again, we've got Amy here and myself to answer questions. Jumping ahead to the tiny homes project, since the last time we met, really been doing a lot of thinking and reviewing about where we are and where we should go, and been having lots of meetings with people in the community and experts. And I'm coming back to you tonight asking you to create 3 different task forces. One is I'm asking you to please consider taking the Ojai Valley Board of Realtors up on their offer to serve as a location scout, if you will, for a location in town. I've put together in the staff report a little filter of concerns I would want them to vet the properties through when bringing them forward for consideration, but I think it'd be a great idea for us to take advantage of that local expertise. Putting a time limit on it, I'm recommending 60 days just because we do need to continue to move forward. While we don't have a hard deadline from the state as far as determining a new location, we do need to still spend 50% of our development monies within the first 12 months. And we also need to identify a location that is better than what we proposed in our application. Better meaning that either more homes are possible or it's in a better location as far as proximity to services, or both. So that would be great if we could get the realtors to help us with that. Secondly, and this has been another one of our challenges, it's been a very fast-moving project, but I'm going to suggest that we have a committee put together for communication about the project so that the community can receive more information and can also provide feedback. I've suggested that each council member appoint somebody, and then we have 5 at-large members for a group of 10. I would work with that group to provide the information as it's available so that they have that, and also to receive the information. This group that I'm proposing would not be trying to rejigger, if you will, the components of the tiny home project. That's already been determined by the state and awarded to us. So in other words, we know we're locked into using, and glad to be locked into using, Dignity Moves and help of Ojai and Ventura County to make the project happen. So we wouldn't be looking to change all that, but it would be more just to get the word out and to engage the community and to receive feedback. And then the last thing I'm recommending is, once we do have a location determined, because I feel that we will find one, I would like a permanent advisory body, a Brown Act committee, to be as the advisory board to the Tiny Homes Project to the City Council. I feel that it does merit its own forum, and it could really allow that group to focus on the special needs and challenges that undoubtedly we'll face as we have that effort. So that would be something that I would come, if you gave me direction, I'd come back later with an ordinance to make that change. That wouldn't be an ad hoc committee. That would be an addition to the Ojai Municipal Code, and I'd work with the city attorney on that if you directed me to do so. Again, I know there's a lot of folks here tonight that want to speak on this topic. I anticipate some questions that I might not be the best person to answer, but we do have our experts here. So with that, I'm going to close my comments, turn it over to you for questions and public comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions from council?
Yeah, I through the mayor, I do have a question. So would the third group sort of function as a commission? Is that how it would?
Yes.
Okay, so it would be akin to a commission.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I have a question. Susan? Do we know yet when we can do those the council can do those appointments? I have a list of 5 people already to go.
For the ad hoc or for the
for the second, for the
communication ad hoc.
For the communication.
I would want direction from the council. That's one of the recommendations. So I would think that mayor, maybe we would want to possibly break this up into separate motions. It's just a suggestion.
Yeah. Yeah.
And by the way, what I proposed as far as what the structure is, that's all for you to reconfigure if you like. That was just a suggestion.
And may I ask another question? Can people be on both?
I don't see any reason why not.
Yeah, I would just want to make sure that the committee, the commission, the potential commission is a balance between people who have already been working on this for 6 months or longer, and possibly new people with new insights. That's what I'm looking at.
Yeah, I deliberately didn't come up with specific criteria, just because first of all, I wasn't sure if you even wanted to proceed with any of these either, and that's possible too. You may not want to, so that's fine as well.
Yeah. So after we hear from the public, you'll get our feedback.
Right, and again, if you want to break it up into separate motions, maybe that'll be helpful. Then you can decide which, if any of these, you may want none of them. I don't know. And you'll let us know.
Yeah. Any other questions? Yep.
So Councilmember Francina asked one of the questions I had too. I was wondering with the realtors, they mentioned last time in public comments that they would be doing this basically as a pro bono offering for us. Would in your conversations with them, has there been any talk about compensation or about? Okay.
No, but I didn't. In fairness to the realtors, I didn't ask that. But the representatives that I did speak to didn't mention that, and from the letter that we received, I didn't get the feel that was it was a community service is really what I felt they were offering.
Okay, thank you. And then also one other question. Do we know the main core group of volunteers that have? I know several of them. Who are here tonight, who have been working on this for 6 months or more? Do we know that main group of volunteers?
I think I could defer to some of the experts that are here with us. I would want to ask probably Jen Harkey about that for her to weigh in. I'm aware of those, but also the city attorney and the assistant city manager, I think, are very familiar with those folks who have been very involved, if that is something you'd like to know. But again,
Mhm.
that'd be a subjective opinion, of course.
Yes, yes, thank you.
Okay, let's, yep.
Actually, I do have one additional question. So as I'm looking at the second ad hoc committee for community engagement and communication, it says that allow for up to 5 additional at-large members through a process of applications of interest submitted to the city manager. Would you be the one who would decide on those 5?
If you want me to, I mean,
Okay,
I was
I
just
mean-
trying to maybe make it
Yeah,
a little,
yeah.
you know, maybe you want to give me some general criteria, or you could also be the ones who approve that as well. It really is up to you to decide. Again, if you would decide to move forward, I wasn't even sure if you wanted to have this, so.
Okay, thank you.
It's a suggestion.
So that would be something to decide. Okay, great. Thank you.
Yep, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, as to the real estate task force, are we looking solely at city property? Are we looking outside of the city to include property in the unincorporated area? Are there any aspects of the grant and how that's, applied and the rules that prevent us from going outside of the city if we have the right property that's in county unincorporated area?
Thank you. It's an excellent question. I think I would like to ask, if we decide to create this task force with the Board of Realtors, I think it's fair to revisit some of the county properties that were explored. It may be that, you know, if the county's presented with a different group asking the question, the Board of Realtors are certainly different than me coming to them. I think that's good. And some of those properties are outside the city limits. What's not entirely clear to me from the state is how far outside the city you can actually go and still have them approve the location. I have talked with the state about being within the sphere of influence. They were comfortable with that. And that's a clear boundary, as you know. I don't know if you get outside the sphere of influence, if they are comfortable with that, if that becomes something that they're not going to accept. It's a good question, and I should ask that directly, and I will, of the state.
And then follow up to that, does that include currently private property that's in the unincorporated area?
I think the same answer would apply. I would think that, I would ask for specific input from the state if it was outside the sphere of influence in the unincorporated area. But I think it's a fair question. I would ask that.
Okay, great, thank you. We will move on to public comment. First, we have Randy Haney, then Larry Steingold, and then Anita Hendricks.
I know, well, last week I was first. Okay, I'm on the clock. First of all, great questions. Andy, great questions. Seriously, good questions. That's one of the problems that I have with the first task force with the real estate folks is, what is the criteria? And I keep hearing that we're a fast-moving train and that we got to make these decisions spontaneously and we don't have enough information. And again, I just highly recommend we take a step back because I think we have time. And I think we need to develop the criteria that the state mandates through the grant and that you as council people in the community are looking at in what we want for a site for this development. And some of the other questions that go along with that are going to be, do we want utilities on the site or do we want to put in utilities? What kind of lot do we want? There's just a multitude of questions. And I think that the city manager is going to have to put quite a bit of thought into that so that you get the best information, which you in turn can communicate to the next ad hoc committee, which in turn can disseminate to the public. That leads me to the second thing, and that's the second ad hoc committee. I don't think it should end. It says I believe in the written report that it'll end when the task force on finding the land ends. I think that committee should stay for as long as you grant it, further than the 60 days, maybe give them 90, maybe give them 120. But I think that committee can in turn be the voice between you and the public. They can have hearings. They can, when they have their meetings, their Brown Act meetings, they can receive public comment. There's just so much more communication that needs to take place. So I'm completely, obviously, for that. And then the third one, which Mr. Starkweather alluded to, which is a actual commission. We need something for the long-term future of housing and the homelessness in this community. And I think everyone in this room and everyone on this dais can look each other in the eye and say, this is not going away. In fact, part of me says it's going to get bigger, it's going to get larger. I'm not sure that we should limit ourselves to a site that can only accommodate 20. We may want to find a site that'll accommodate 40. We may want to think outside this picture. And then that's the last thing I want to say. We all know what the short term is. We got $12.5 million that we got to spend in 2 years, and we got to get it done as fast as we can. What's the long-term vision? You don't have one. We don't have one.
And just a question, the city manager. The questions that come up, do you think can we address them individually at this point, or?
I would maybe suggest, because I think you're going to get a list.
Many.
Just I'll write them down and I'll respond
Yeah.
if you like once public comment's finished.
Okay, and I know Jeff Gaddis can answer that question. Yep. Yeah,
And
okay.
Jen Harkey and
Okay,
right.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, next we have Larry Steingold, then Anita Hendricks, and then William Wyrick.
Hi, Larry Steingold. I agree with everything that Mr. Haney says. Okay, we need the committee. You need to have people help you take this off your plate. I mean, because you have other things to do. There's a lot of people in this community who want to do this and help. And they need answers like the real estate committee. Is this going to be a permanent or a temporary solution? I mean, is it going to be a long-term lease? Is it a purchase? I mean, they're going to have to help negotiate the deal. Somebody is. All right, what are you going to offer the seller? I mean, these things are going to have to get done. But you need to get these questions answered. Is it permanent? I mean, is it temporary? Where are we going? Where is the money going to, where do you expect the funds to come from? Year 3, 4, 5, 10, 15, 20. Because this is not going to go away, and we have to take care of our own. So we have to plan for it. And long-term planning is what planning does. All right, and we have certain expectations and predictable consequences. So go at it.
Thank you, Larry. Next we have Anita Hendricks, then William Wyrick, and then Andy Gilman.
Okay. California, I believe, is the 7th largest economy in the world. And years ago, there were corporate bailouts. The amount that one of them was given was enough to house everybody in this country. I'm all for temporary housing, but we really need to also look at permanent housing. The committee here, the task force, I hesitate, actually I am very, very concerned that this is given solely to the Ojai Valley Board of Realtors. Now, I'm sure they have expertise, and I think they have a good idea of what's going on in some areas, but they're not social scientists. They're not the homeless. They're not creative people who may have to really be resourceful in terms of finding housing, and they probably have not experienced homelessness themselves. Therefore, I think that this task force should not just include realtors. They should be an advisory group. They may have some wonderful suggestions, but we need to expand the people who are on that group. We have social workers, we have homeless people, we have concerned people in the community, and it needs to be expanded. We can't just have a narrow, and also there could be a conflict of interest whereby somebody might have a concern about property values going down, et cetera. But I know a lot of realtors, and there are some who have been very kind and helpful to me. So I'm not knocking them. I hope you guys don't think that. The other thing is, there was also another item, which was, let's see. Yes, and all these boards, there should be included social workers, homeless people, low-income people, people who work directly and have experienced homelessness. Not just the first group, that's for all of them. The there's a clause or a requirement of the task force, the last one on D. It says, and it's anticipated that neighbors and community would be supportive as well. This is for the proposed tiny homes permanent supportive housing. We've already experienced NIMBYism in regard to that. I remember when there was a proposal years ago about something up on Foothill, and this guy stood up and went into a tirade about how bad homeless people were and low-income people were. They're drunks. They're, you name it. Well, you know what? I had a friend who worked for a lawyer in Montecito. At night, she would come home and he would be drunk, laying out on the floor. It's not just homeless people who have some of these issues. Let's see what else. How am I doing? Oh my God, my time's almost up. Also, it says up to 5 additional people on this commission for, I think it's the second number, 1. So each council member would select one. I think it's not up to, it should be 5 additional community members, and they should be people like our dear friend, oh God, the wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you, Anita. Next we have William Wyrick, then Andy Gilman, and then Betsy Van Light.
A great illustration of why this is a great idea, what is being proposed to you by the city manager. We've got to get outside of the 3-minute constraint in terms of community discussion about all this. Anita, you should have had, you want more ability to get into these issues, and the 3-minute constraint in front of a city council meeting just doesn't allow that. So this is a great step forward because it gets outside that constraint. And it's really needed. And so I really hope it goes forward. I would ask you to please consider not starting the 60-day clock if you accept the recommendation for the realtors until you have answered the questions so they know the parameters they're dealing with. Mr. Whitman's questions are excellent. That should be defined before you start the 60-day clock on the realtors. The A, B, C, D, again, more services. That's based on what is the baseline of services. More improvements. What is the baseline? These are things that really ought to be as defined as possible before you start the 60-day clock, so they know what their options are and can proceed effectively. I hope that if option 2 is adopted, that these are noticed meetings, that people are, even though that may not be absolutely necessary by ordinance, it would be better if they were noticed where community members could come in and discuss outside of that 3-minute constraint in terms of dealing with feedback, as the city manager mentioned, and communications. I hope that can be stipulated because it was not clear reading the staff report. I would also suggest that there be applications for all participants rather than just the ones outside of the council appointments. I think the council, we for commissions, we normally, I believe, ask for applications for all participants, and I think that would be a useful thing forward. And then in general, just to reiterate, getting outside the 3-minute constraint, more of a workshop format. We've had, and Mr. Haney mentioned this, we got a lot of questions about long-term sustainability here. We really pride ourselves on thinking about sustainability in this community, and that has not been defined. And this first 2 and then 3 are both important in terms of trying to define that, allowing the right kind of feedback, because right now it's I think difficult to get the full buy-in that we want and need and hope for from this community until they understand the long-term sustainability plan that right now is a little nebulous, and this is a great format for allowing that. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Bill. Next we have Andy Gilman, then Betsy Van Light, and then Ray Powers.
Good evening, council and staff. Andy Gilman, resident of Ojai. So first, thanks to the work of Help of Ojai and St. Francis Challenge, and for the many meetings that are happening throughout the city, kind of in every corridor. I very much appreciate the offer from the Board of Realtors, and I hope that you accept their generous help. There are many specific questions for the project, as you know, such as admission criteria, what to do when additional people come if there's no vacancy, the cost that we will incur after year 2, and I hope an upcoming workshop with ample time will address these questions And I suggest that the staff and the council communicate clearly and often with shared and settled language, such as permanent versus transitional descriptions, as we've seen, and that you have the goal of transparency, collaboration, and trust building at the forefront of your actions in every communication. Finally, there's many here that could speak on the proposed committees that the city manager has offered here today. And I'd like to offer something else, and that is, after this crisis is met, I propose we consider a standing climate and housing commission. And that could be an evolution from our third committee that we're talking about here. There is a clarifying and overlapping set of solutions where climate action, our declining middle class, and our housing insecurity can be collectively addressed. So let's carefully respond to the problem facing us, stabilize, and then holistically and responsibly work to proactively care for as many of our citizens as we can. And we can definitely do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Next, we have Betsy Van Light, then Ray Powers, then Jeffrey Starkweather.
Good evening, all. I'm Betsy Van Light, Ojai resident, and this is pretty cool because I came to the podium just to say that I'm supportive of all three of the components that are presented this evening. And what's been really fun is hearing other people come up and then ask questions that will be the next step in thinking through the different pieces of it. And I appreciate a lot of the thoughtful suggestions and questions you've heard thus far. Sight is everything, so having the Board of Realtors offer is amazing. And yes, there are a lot of questions about then what does that look like and how do they make the best decision? And then the ad hoc committee we needed starting a number of months ago, and there's no time like the present. So, and that I view as, again, we'll need to sort of flesh that out, but that should be a fluid process that allows for all kinds of input, feedback, discussion, all the ways that we have the community truly engaged and part of the process. And we know that that kind of committee is absolutely critical. Really, anytime you have an issue that has a lot of emotion attached to it and that is difficult. And then the long-term one I love as well. And actually, I think Andy Gilman's idea of thinking about a commission that potentially becomes one that thinks big picture about housing, potentially about economy, certainly about climate, all of those do link together. And that will be a really important ongoing part of how this city can grapple with the very complex issues that we face today. So thank you so much for this proposal, all three parts, and let me know how I can help out with any and all of it. Thanks.
Thank you, Betsy. Next, we have Ray Powers, then Jeffrey Starkweather, and then David Mendoza.
Hello, Council. Thanks for this opportunity. I didn't really prepare any notes because, as you know, when there's a community and a system, many people speak exactly what you wanted to speak or were going to speak, and we all carry that collective consciousness. I do agree with Jeffrey Starkweather and Randy Haney and Jerry Steingold and Andy and Bill Wyrick. So I echo everything they are saying. I'm going to start with some questions as I was listening. One is, and you don't need to ask them now, but what is the dimensions of the Dignity Moves cabins? I haven't been able to find that on their site. Are we locked into the type of cabin that Dignity Moves used in Santa Barbara? I love that the Board of Realtors want to step up. Last meeting, they talked about working with the city pro bono at no charge. Does that also mean that commissions are being waived as well when a sale happens? I don't have an opinion about that. I just want to know. What is the city boundary for sphere of influence? Because I don't know that. I know there's probably a map I can look at, but I'm not clear on what that is. Long-term sustainability, that's what's been the conversation in my home recently. And regarding what's the vision, what's the insight, what is the long-term goal, what do we want? You know, many years ago, I wrote an essay about Ojai in 100 years, and I still ask that question. You know, every decision and movement we make now affects that. What's also on my mind, because it's something I've always been interested, is the size of the cabins and style of the build. And I feel that needs to be revisited if indeed we're going to be building these cabins. I do refuse to call them tiny homes, because tiny homes in our culture looks like a certain way now. And we had many discussions on what a tiny home on wheels is, and we know what tiny homes is. So far, I haven't seen this, and there's so many affordable by design options like modular homes, yurts, geodesics, real tiny homes, 3D printing, aircrete, etc. that cost much less, would be much larger accommodation and much more comfortable, and wouldn't create the waste stream as well that wood stick building does. Transitional housing versus permanent. Even if we call it transitional housing, most likely folks might be there 2 or 3 years. So is that a permanent housing or is that transitional?
Thank you, Ray. Next we have Jeffrey Starkweather, then David Mendoza, and then Curtis Connect.
Good evening again. I appreciate the manager's proposals. I, in a sense, agree with all three committees or task force, but I have a little difference in the order in which we do them and how we compose them. I think we ought to use the term standing committee, because a standing committee is a Brown Act committee as opposed to an ad hoc. And a standing committee only exists as long as you allow it to exist. So you don't have to worry about a 60-day notice. You know, you can give them whatever deadlines you want. As far as the realtor community, I think they need to work in collaboration with the standing committee. And I'm suggesting that you can't separate the short-term issue of picking a site or how the camp is going to be constructed or long-term sustainability, because if you're planning something, you've got to think of all those things when you plan to begin. I suggest that the standing committee cover all these areas, that you pick 5, maybe the manager picks the other 5 or 10, and the standing committee exists as long as they're making progress and you want them to, with the long-term idea that at some point you create a permanent commission. But you don't need to, I think the idea of doing it as soon as you do the encampment, I mean, it's useful when you're doing committees with citizens that you have some sustainability of interaction. They listen to each other, they talk, they create a certain amount of camaraderie. And, you know, would you want to just stop that committee and then a whole new thing starts when you do the encampment? I think it makes sense to have that standing committee continue on until you feel you're ready to have a permanent commission, and that this be a public body. I agree with Mr. Gelman's idea of combining housing and climate long-term, because the Sierra Club and most environmental groups say infill housing in cities is the biggest climate reduction action we can take in this country. And it's true for Ojai, since 86% of our workers commute from out of the valley. And that increases every month. You can talk to Help of Ojai. What happens to people when they get evicted? What happens to people when they lose their home? They have to leave the valley. So I like his idea of combining those two, so climate and housing people could talk to each other, learn from each other, and we go forward together as a community to make this a sustainable and quality community we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Next we have David Mendoza, then Curtis Connect, and then Carol Wade.
Mayor, City Council, and City Manager, thank you for your time. My name is David Mendoza, and I live within 500 feet of the encampment here at City Hall. Along with you, I feel that we should help some of our homeless population. Ojai has a history of helping our homeless. There are some that helping to provide shelter and social services will produce a positive outcome for their future. There are others that, due to their addictions and antisocial behaviors, are either unable or unwilling to better their position. I get my opinions from both personal and professional experience. I come from a loving family. 2 of my older siblings died while homeless. It wasn't from a lack of trying to help them. Both were college educated, had no addictions. In simple terms, a lifetime of more bad decisions than good decisions led to their positions. They chose to live in Santa Barbara and Newport Beach, cities that provided many homeless services. Professionally, I'm a retired fire captain from the city of Ventura. I can comfortably say that I've been to thousands of calls, either related to or caused by the homeless population. People's concerns are not merely NIMBY attitudes, but rather understanding of the problems a growing homeless population brings to a city, such as noise, trash, disease, theft, and violent crime. I have seen a growing problem associated with our homeless population due to the current services being provided in this last year. Historically, I'd put the homeless population at around 10 to 15 individuals. Now, there are 30 or 40. The solution to homelessness is not the growing of the problem by 50%. The word is out. Ojai is getting into the business of housing the homeless. The recent decision by the Supreme Court allows cities to prevent people from camping in city parks and sidewalks. This is a public health concern and should be enforced. Make no mistake, cities up and down the coast will be enforcing these rules, causing homeless to change their location. Homeless individuals move to Ojai isn't a future problem. It's currently happening now, and more will come. Ojai is located within an hour and a half of LA County, which has the second largest population of homelessness in the United States at 75,000. Some well-intentioned communities have tried large solutions to homelessness, sometimes to their detriment. Take the city of Sebastopol, which is located about an hour north of San Francisco. They are a city that started as a farm town turned tourist destination. They have a bike trail like ours. They're similar to Ojai. After working on a solution to homelessness, they were going to build an apartment building. They changed course when they saw the millions of dollars of unforeseen costs to their budget. Accepting a $12.7 million grant may seem like a windfall, but with all the strings attached, it might seem more like golden handcuffs that will tie us now into the future to a much larger homeless population.
Thank you, David. Next, we have Curtis Connect, then Carol Wade, and then Sharon Meharry.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Should we all take a breath and maybe shake this out? I'm here, I live within 500 feet. Dave and I, we're neighbors. And I didn't know I lived within 500 feet until the survey came out. I'm here because I care about this community finding a solution that works for everybody. Now, at the meeting in January, you guys asked the Green Coalition to get all the stakeholders together and begin a conversation about possibilities for addressing this. And that hasn't happened. And I'm grateful it looks like it's going to happen now. What I would offer, what Anita said, is every stakeholder, anyone who's concerned or cares about this problem or who is a part of the problem, quote, should be a part of these committees. There should be all voices heard so that a thoughtful, sustainable plan can be come up with. Right? Is that right? There's a saying out there that when you fail to plan, you're planning to fail. When you don't have a vision, when you don't know what's going to happen and have a vision 5, 10, 100 years from now, we're planning to fail. This is a scramble for $12 million. How do we use it? within a year. We have to use half of it in a year. We're locked into Dignity Moves and whatever material they use. But it seems to me that, who said take a step back? Someone said, take a step back, take a breath, and take some time with this. I feel the urgency of this whole thing. It's not that it's not an urgent problem, but urgent solutions always fail. So maybe take a step back, think it through. You're going to vote on 3 committees. You're going to vote on these immediate things now. But know that the immediate things are seeds that will grow. And so be thinking, what are we planting? Yeah. That's a question. You can write that down, Ben. What are we planting? Thank you.
Thank you, Curtis. Next, we have Carol Wade, then Sharon Meharry, and then Amy Weiss.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for your work. And I thank everyone else in this community, or people of this community, who have come here to talk about this very important issue. I have some questions that are kind of taking a step back as we look at this. I think that many of the questions that people have mentioned are really important, and definitely I'm glad that they're being put on this list of questions that need to be addressed. One of the things that I wanted to ask about is that as we talk about unhoused people and we talk about transitional housing, and this question has been asked directly and indirectly, what is the transition to? And with that question, what I'm asking about is affordable housing here in Ojai and the impact that lack of affordable housing is having on our community, the very real shift and change in the population of people that are living here or that can no longer afford to live here. And one of the questions that I have with that is that, and this is in some ways philosophical, but it's not, because it really has to be addressed. When we treat houses as commodities, what do we expect to happen? Because people can get a certain amount for rent, a high amount for rent that keeps going higher and higher, does that mean that it's right? You know, it's like, it feels like capitalism run amok. And where do we as a community temper this? How do we temper this? These are questions I don't necessarily have answers for, but I think that they have to be addressed with this. I also want to look at the fact that when you look at where our money as a nation, you know, not only in this community, I'd really like to know, what are the investments for the city of Ojai? Where do we get our money? How is that money? How is that money earned from the investments that we have? I would like to have a trail of what this comes from, because for me, and some of you already know this, for me, it has to do with the war machine in this country, with the amount of money that gets spent on so-called national defense that does not get spent on social services and on the needs of the regular person. I think that until we really look at that, particularly because we call ourselves a city of peace, an international city of peace, we designate ourselves as that, we have to look at that, because it is relevant. It is.
Thank you, Carol. Next, we have Sharon Meharry, and then Amy Farah Weiss, and then Renee Roth.
Hi, Sharon Meharry with Board of Realtors. First of all, I just want to thank everybody who's supporting us here tonight, and I hope you vote and say yes. But we have people that are so ready to get working on this, but obviously we're not ready. You know, we have to have that. We have to have the criteria. And to everyone who's worried about it, The realtors are not going to be picking the site. You know, that's going to not be under our purview. All we're going to do is bring you good options, and then that decision will go beyond us. The other thing I want to say is in terms of, we know that it has to be better than the Kent Hall site, but we don't know exactly what that means. You know, does that mean, can it be vacant land? Yes. Can it have a building on it? Can it have infrastructure already that we don't have to pay for? You know, there's so many things. Would it be better to do a long-term lease or a shorter-term lease? And after we figure out whether this is good or not, and it's going to work. So we have a lot of questions, and I know you guys are going to do your best to give us good direction. But the other thing I want to say is, I just want to say, the realtors in this town it's not a monolithic community. We're all from different backgrounds. Some of us have been here for many years, like I have. Some just got here. The very first person who volunteered for the Realtor Task Force after I sent out the memo said, you know, Sharon, I'd be happy to do anything. He said, most people don't know my story, but I lived in my car for 3 years. So we have people who understand this problem. I grew up with a paranoid schizophrenic mother. 30% of homeless people are schizophrenic. So we get it, and we're very excited to help. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Sharon. Next, we have Amy Farah-Weiss, then Renee Roth, and then Barbara Bowman.
Hi, City Council and staff and greater community. I'm Amy Farah-Weiss. I'm the founder and director of the St. Francis Challenge. And as of last week, I became the lead resident steward living in Sam the Clam, the clamshell trailer that's right out there. And I just wanted to thank everyone for the warm welcome. I truly feel blessed to be part of this team working together on this. And I just wanted to say that a few things. You know, I've worked with a lot of different groups and communities and organizations, and whether you have a homeowners association or a tent camp, you're going to have 5 to 10% of the people standing up as leaders for good, and you're going to have 5 to 10% of people being chaos agents. And this is no exception. The majority of people here were craving more structure and accountability, and my work here is to really amplify that. And residents here have really been stepping up and showing me that they're already doing resident stewardship work, so I'm really happy to be here to support that. The other thing I wanted to mention is having Securall as the security contract. It was a brilliant move, and all of the security guards, not only do they provide that sense of security and structure for everyone, and the residents of the camp are really appreciating it, they have a really good touch, and they're very humane and compassionate in what they do, and I feel like they could be leaders in this work nationwide on how to strike that balance. And then the third thing is I'm really here also to support community integration and engagement, and the concerns of the neighbors are my concerns as well. And I bet a lot of people are noticing a little bit of a difference with the structure provided by the security. We have had 102 residents of the city of Ojai take the survey that we have online. And in order to get there, you go to stfrancischallenge.org. That's all spelled out, SAINTFRANCIS, challenge.org/Ojai. And you can get to that survey. We're going to have an opportunity at the end of this month to invite everyone who's taken the survey and the larger community to come together in this room and talk through concerns and talk about what we're doing to address them. So thanks again for having me here. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Amy. Next, we have Renee Roth, then Barbara Bowman, and then Marissa Gonzalez.
Good evening, council and mayor and staff. Amy, it's really nice to follow you, and welcome. I'm glad you're here. I'm really glad you're here. I found an email that I was sent in August of 2023, and Betsy Sticks, you were on the email. It's from Ruth Miller, And it is a summary of a meeting that was held to discuss grant funding for the encampment. And Jennifer Harkey was there. Jennifer, it's nice to meet you. You are mentioned, and your name comes up often, and I think people need to know who you are. You did a beautiful job writing this grant. I think Carl probably helped, because I know we were in transition with city managers. So there's been lots of turnover, lots of change, lots of management ups and downs. But at this point, I think you are ready to take on item number 1 from the project timeline. The project timeline says, for item number 1, the first milestone for the project, begin implementation of community outreach plan to ensure community stakeholders, including target population service providers and local businesses, are aware of the project scope, goals, function, and timeline. Now, I think you are definitely going to need some committees and some involvement from these people who've written the grant. But I think moving forward with all the suggestions on getting the best advice from this community you can is a really good idea. I also want to thank the Ojai Valley News for covering these stories. And Andra Belknap did a deep dive on the homeless articles. So you have an engaged community who really want to follow and know what's going on. And keeping us in the dark is really not a good idea, because we really do have some knowledgeable and informed people who really do want to help. And you can see that in this community. So I vote yes for all the input and support you can get, so you can enhance the community engagement of stakeholders in this process to make it a success for this community. And the state will be proud that Ojai put us on the map for this grant.
Thank you, Renee. Next, we have Barbara Bowman, then Marissa Gonzalez, and then Naima.
This is such a pleasure now coming up here and talking about this, because we're all here for the same thing and it feels good. This is 2 times in a row. I just love it. Can we just keep this on a roll? Anyway, we had a wonderful meeting with our city manager, and I realized during that meeting what a hands-on person he is on this issue, which gave me tremendous confidence. I felt really good about it. I mean, he knows the names of the people out there. He knows who they are, what their particular, emphasis on their needs are, who is more difficult, who's easy, who can be transitioned. I mean, that's very admirable for you doing. Thank you. I want to say that tonight is really a wonderful night. I'm going to go home feeling so good about this. I'm going to feel really good about Ojai. I'm going to feel good about the community I live in. Everybody wants to be part of this. I love the idea that it's been presented on the agenda for us to have the committees. But I also would like to add, I think at the end of all this, we come to that last committee, or sustaining this. I can see the government of Ojai expanding. Like we have a planning group with Lucas. I can see within the government us having 2 or 3 people that deal with this, because as Randy said, this is not going to go away. It's long term. It's here. We're not going to have an absolute solution. We're going to learn as we go. We're going to adjust as we go. We're going to change as we go. And there is no one solution, because I think it's a very fluid situation that's always going to change. So you need somebody within our government, much like we have, with different, what you take care of, what Mr. Harvey takes care of. I mean, the attorney takes care of. We need a group of people in the government, if 1, 2, 3, whatever it takes, to just handle this full time. May it be grants, may it be interacting with the people, and the people that are taking care of the homeless. So I'm looking forward to really good things coming out of this. We may actually do something exemplary here. Wouldn't that be wonderful? And I think it can happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Next, we have Marissa and then Naima.
Hi, everybody. Namaste. So I'd just like to share really quick. I wasn't planning on coming up, but I was taking some notes as I'm listening. And just to begin with, housing is a human right as I see it, just like food. Growing up in Los Angeles, moving to Riverside, and now being in Ventura County, Ojai, it's a sadness that's existing in our society. So it goes far beyond community. It's a global community issue. Balance is important. A few months ago, there was a lot more balance in this room based on representation of the community. A lot more younger people. I don't see them here today. There's a lot of Spanish-speaking people in the community. It seems to be, as what was mentioned, the sphere of influence. I guess we do have to be technical and find out exactly what that sphere of influence, but I don't doubt that there's a lot of Spanish-speaking people in the sphere of influence. So getting to housing, I hear a lot about real estate. $12.5 million when it comes to development isn't a lot of money, but $12.5 million is a little bit of money. So like any business, the importance of the plan, as a gentleman mentioned, self-sustainability. Is there some kind of economic structure that's being, put into plan? And something I would like to say, which has been a really big problem in this society, is the type of housing that we have, which is a colonialized type of housing. There's a group of young people that I have been fortunate to meet. One is a family member of mine, Awudu. You guys have met him. Another is Cyrus. Another, I was just thinking about him before he walked in the room, is Sage. And then there's another gentleman, Jerbear Tree Man, who focus on self-sustainability, earth building. So we are at a point in our global living where we have to start flipping things to make changes on this planet. And in order for us to get to that point, it comes to community, information, education, sharing, for some of us to be willing to give and take and not erupt with one another and focus on the needs that we have as human beings on this planet, as men and women, to look out for our children and to start thinking about the international peace movement, human rights movement, and making a change globally, because are we an insane civilization or a loving, kind, and caring and sane civilization? Peace.
Thank you, Marissa. Next we have Naima.
Hello, City Council. Hello, Ojai. My name is Naima Holmes. I'm a mom. I live in Miners Oaks. I've been here for about 2 years. I have been thinking about this crisis that we are currently in, and it's escalating for a while, especially since moving to Ojai and learning more and more of my friends, good friends. My daughter Callie's parents can no longer stay in this city and also can't find anywhere else to go. So when you think about houseless and the homeless, you're thinking of the people that are just already on the streets. I'm thinking of the people that I'm being told can't find a home anywhere. The renters, the people whose loved ones have passed away, the people who are sick and found themselves unable to pay their bills. We have a matter of time before the 30 that we're discussing become hundreds very quickly. So I kind of want to back up the way we think about houseless, housing at risk, housing insecurity, those of us who are holding on to paychecks and asking friends or else we will be on the streets. I think we need to think bigger. And that's why this grant, yes, it's important, because we started all these conversations. It started the thought of committees that needed to be started yesterday. But also, like Ojai, it's not about people coming in from outside because Ojai is giving out free housing. It's the people you know that don't feel like they can tell you about it. It's the people you look at every day. And I've only been here 2 years and I've heard so many stories. And so there's this saying that I'm going to butcher, but like how you judge a society is how you treat its weakest, your most vulnerable. It's not about us against them. It's how we care for everybody, because ultimately, as a Manhattan girl and New Yorker, if you don't take care of them, they'll come for you. Like, it'll all fall down. And it's already happening in some of those cities that you're afraid of, that you don't want this to become. It already happened in my hometown. And so it's so sad to watch the people, the locals, the people who have been here forever run around Ventura trying to find affordable housing when there's nothing, nowhere. And then you argue saying, oh, we can't have them here, we can't have them there, we can't do this too fast. Let's slow it down, yes, but let's think about a permanent long-term solution, because we're all in this together. The renters, the homeowners. There's so many empty properties. There's so many like houses that are only for like vacations or people who want to come sometimes. It's sad. It's sad because what makes this place special is going to go away and going to fade. And then we're just going to have a bunch of people who are complaining about the quality of life has gone so far down. It's because we're supposed to care for each other. I also want to talk about the fact that we're locked into things before anybody knew what was going on. So in terms of what Marissa was just talking about in Sage, there's a better way to do this for sustainability, for long-term goals, so that when that problem grows as it's growing, we have the resources, we have the capabilities, and we keep it inside, so we employ people in Ojai, and we use sustainable materials to create our own answer to a problem that's not going away. Thank you.
Thank you, Naima. Next we have Sage Stoneman, then Bill Miley, and then Nick Otway.
Hello, everybody. Pleasure to be here. I've lived in Ojai my whole life, and this is my first time speaking at one of these because I just feel this is a really important topic. And yes to the committee, and I just want to offer myself as a resource in the case that there is an interest in looking towards sustainable materials for the housing options. Straw bale is already a legal building material in Ventura County, and Patagonia actually just made a really good film called Home, Grown about a straw bale house that was built in Ventura. Reason I like that is because you can use local materials and also local resources in terms of employees and also just sourcing of materials. So a lot of that money, we're looking at $12 million, a lot of it can stay in Ojai. You can actually go to local people, and there could also be a focus on educating the public about how to build in a way that is more based in local materials and resources. So obviously that comes with a whole host of solutions, such as being non-toxic, fireproof, cheaper, and on and on and on, beautiful, easy to maintain. So I could speak more to this at another time, but I just wanted to make my presence known, and anyone else that's here in the room that's interested in exploring that discussion. I think that it's actually a really interesting way to add value to this situation and take a perspective of why don't we just create the best possible solution here that could actually be a proof of concept for other places and demonstrate and educate the public. And then also, I'm sure you all know about Mesa on the East End. What they did is they took agricultural land with the dilapidated house. They put 12 tiny homes for foster youth, at-risk youth. And that's a really good model, I think, in terms of zoning and looking at where is this going to happen. Is we don't have to look at development land necessarily, and we don't have to look at residential land. There is the option. I'm sure you've thought about this and talked about this, but I like to emphasize that option of agricultural land and looking at building housing as also a function of ecological stewardship, that housing doesn't have to be destructive and the process of construction doesn't have to be destructive. It could actually loop in community members and be a process of community engagement, education, and integration by bringing in people who are ideally youth who are interested in learning these skills. Then you're developing a labor force of people who know how to build sensibly, ecologically responsibly, and can continue to combat this issue down the line. Yeah, that's it. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Sage. Yeah.
Could I respond really quickly?
Yeah, I want to respond too.
Sage, I just wanted to say that I built a straw bale house in Western Massachusetts, and it was a community build. It was like a barn raising.
Mm-hmm.
And so everything that you're speaking to is doable, and it is a model that kind of exists, so it's something that we can consider. I don't know.
I forgot to say that I do that for a living, and I teach workshops, and I go around the country doing those kinds of events and designing the homes and building them. So
it's an idea.
Definitely possible.
Yeah. Thank you very much. And I appreciate you bringing up sustainable building. It's really important.
I think
Thank
it's
you.
very Ojai.
Indeed, and highly insulated.
Yeah.
Okay, next we have Bill Miley, then Nick Otway, then Rachel Hunt.
Hello. As I see it, the purpose and goal tonight is to get as much community support as we can based on real facts and not rumors. I sent an email to the council that states my position on all of this about the encampment grant and the future programs for easing homelessness, not just the grant, but beyond. Tonight, the proposed real estate, ad hoc, and permanent citizens committee I certainly support. What we're talking about is a rehabilitation program, and that term doesn't come up in this grant. It's a rehabilitation process. And last, the term for the ad hoc committee should extend beyond the site approval, and it should go on at least until the encampment is up and running. So we have lots of citizen involvement all through the development process until it gets established. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Next we have Nick Otway and then Rachel Hunt.
Well, congratulations. I like community expression, and I think that a community that I've been a part of, Ojai, for quite a while, that can now seriously take into account our most vulnerable, is on the right path. It's just how we handle each other and how we talk to each other will be the solution, whether it's bricks and mortar or whether it's starts as tents and ends up as apartments or whatever and wherever. And I just say one thing about the topic, which is the housed and the unhoused and creating housing. As a little bit of a hat that I carry as a town planner, we need to think about, and this is for the realtors too, if we have a piece of ground or something, or even a house that we want to do something with for the unhoused, how are they going to move around? I mean, do they have to hitchhike into town or? And for that, we can be also very thankful that this little rendition of a San Francisco cable car called the trolley exists. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nick. Next we have Rachel Hunt.
Hi, my name is Rachel Hunt. As was just said, I'm here as a forever community member. I was born and raised here, and with my organization, Beloved Ojai. That was started as a response to the lower economic statuses here and homelessness and supporting their needs, because I was in that demographic as a child. Just to put a face to homelessness, I know some people preface things that we should help some homeless people, so that's kind of makes me feel like, okay, maybe I was in that group, but really we should help all people. And I don't know exactly what that looks like too, but I do know it takes a lot of creativity and a lot of compassion. I myself lived in over 30 houses in Ojai, and then I was homeless at 16 because my dad died after taking care of him for 2 years. My mom was a elderly care in-house giver. We worked all over. I went to the summers with her and worked in Saddle Mountain and took care of probably some of your relatives, aunts and uncles and grandparents. anyways, but once my parents were gone, I was on my own, and there were no resources up here. And CPS was called, and I was given to Ventura and then given to an older man, basically trafficked up to Oregon and then got back to Ojai because Ojai was a safe place. And then I've always had a heart for seeing these street people and getting to know them and seeing where I can help them because somebody did that for me. And so I started meeting like homeless kids that were coming into Ojai, and when they weren't the core group that I already grew up with here, I would try to get to know their story and relocate them home. And I had some successes doing that, so it kind of confirmed that this is the type of work I should be doing. I didn't have anything written. I wasn't prepared to speak today, but I just felt called all of a sudden after hearing the last 3 people speak, Sage and Naima and the other woman with the braids. Sorry, I don't remember your name. But I just really would like to affirm what they're saying about keeping things locally here, increasing the integration of protecting our environment and the people's lives, and that we could have these like integrated community systems that are long-term sustainability with respect to our planet. Because like, yeah, we could build these houses, but then if we're poisoning the planet, then where are we going to live 30 years from now too? So last year I was meeting with Mark, who was the business interim manager or the city manager for a while. He was very open to all of, I brought up Sage's names in those meetings. He was very open and thought that this would be great for Ojai, to put Ojai on the map, to have this like ecological kind of utopian society where we could have agricultural land, stewardship, elderly there, mothers there, children, and this working model of how really life is.
Thank you, Rachel. Mr. City Clerk, any comments online?
Mayor, we have no raised hands, but for those Zoom participants, we are on item 2, and we do have one raised hand now, Mayor, from Shanti. Shanti, you have the floor.
Hello. Hi. I just want to thank all the people who spoke about housing, about how housing is a human right. I really want to echo that, and I also want to share a few thoughts. I'm so grateful Sage is there in the audience. Thank you, Sage, for being here. I had the great privilege to attend like a workshop that Sage was hosting, and I want to say that it was such a beautiful experience. Not just the building part, but also the community that was formed, and I think that's something that's really important and necessary for us to build with our houseless population amongst community members. So for us to help them out, and it's a mutual thing, right? We're all working together, and we're all in community together. And as so many have said before, this is not just about the unhoused population either. It's about all the other people who are at risk, which is so many of our community members who are at the brink of houselessness. So I just want to echo some of those thoughts. And I want to say that I'm excited about the task force and that it's going to be a diverse population with a bunch of different people with experiences and knowledge. And I do think one of the benefits of the site that was proposed initially is that it was so close to transportation and services and help of Ojai. So I really, really want to make sure that this doesn't get sent far away out of town, because that is not okay. And we need to make sure that we have an accessible place for people to access services and transport and whatever they might need, and that we should always keep the unhoused population and those people at the center of any decision making. So that's all I wanted to share. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shanti.
No more raised hands on Zoom for item 2, Mayor.
Okay, we will move on to discussion. Mr. City Manager, do we want to handle the questions now?
Yeah, and if I could ask Jen Harkey and Jane to come up in the front. Sorry to put you on the spot. I've got some questions that, yeah. And then, good, I've got Mr. Jeff Gaddis is also on the line. Great. You guys can just have a seat. I've got a, if you don't mind, what I'd like to do, Mayor, is I've wrote down the questions that I heard. Now, there's certainly lots of comments and lots of editorials, and so I didn't write every single thing down, but just the questions I thought we should be responding to. And if I miss some, that's possible. But I'm going to just probably ask, where appropriate, Jen, or Jane, or Jeff, or myself, or other people that I think are best suited to answer it. So I'll just start. Okay, so this is one of the big questions that many people ask, and I'm going to ask Jeff Gaddis and Jen to be ready on this one. Maybe Jen, if you don't mind coming up to the microphone on this. And that's the bigger question about what's the. Thank you. Well, that's a wrap. What is the long term plan? For this project. This is a 2-year funding cycle. I'm new to this type of offering. This is not something that I've dealt with in my past assignments, but I know that Jeff and Jen have dealt with this a lot. And I know that one of the things we should be talking about is Proposition 1. And so I'd like for, Jen, if you want to start with that and then kick it to Jeff or vice versa, talk about, when the 2-year cycle of funding leaves off, what position the city could be in with this type of facility and how we might be eligible for Prop 1 funds, if you don't mind.
Sure. Thank you for having me. So Jen Harkey with the County of Ventura, and I actually, as of last week, formerly the program director for the Continuum of Care, and as of this week, I am officially the Homeless Solutions Director for the county.
Awesome.
And happy to be in this role, working alongside of all the cities and local organizations to make sure that we have this path forward. Sustainability was underlined in my notes here because it came up several times. And sustainability of this project in the grant itself, we actually wrote into the grant how we can create a sustainable project. The first 2 years of operations for the grant includes the case managers. So there's 2 case managers that work with the population. It is considered permanent supportive housing. So I just want to clarify what the type of project is. I've heard transitional thrown out there or temporary, but the intent of the grant with the state with encampment resolution funding is to have a pathway to permanent housing. And so it is intended for those who are chronically homeless in your community today, who are residents here, and we know who they are, right? They're here in this encampment, which was written into the grant of those who are Ojai residents that need housing. A sustainability model that was written into the grant is that 30% of those who have Social Security income or other types of income can actually contribute rent towards the grant or towards the housing itself. So they would have a lease in place. You have an actual lease signed, so there's rules and restrictions and things like that that people must follow. The rent would be collected, and that's considered put into an operational reserve over time. You can also put some funding in from the grant itself into what we call operational reserves, and that can help you sustain the project for a longer period of time. Through the county and the Continuum of Care, we actually have quite a bit of funding that helps support permanent supportive housing projects. So this is also an opportunity for the operator, Help of Ojai, who's also funded through Continuum of Care, to help have more grant funding in the future to help sustain the supportive services, the operations of the project, maintenance, things like that. So just wanted to clarify that as far as how we demonstrated a sustainable model and that it is permanent housing. You did ask about Prop 1 and how that could help offset costs. So Proposition 1 was voted on and approved, and it comes through behavioral health. Behavioral health here locally through the county will oversee those funds, and it is intended to help with housing and homelessness. So some of those funds can actually help offset costs for this project for those who have severe mental illness. And so that's also the tie, right? There's a tie there to the certain population or a subpopulation that you may be serving. And I'd be happy to answer more questions, but when we first looked at the demographics of who is in this targeted encampment, the majority are seniors who have Social Security income. You know, they're earning $1,000 to $1,200 a month, can only afford $300 to $400 a month in rent. And so that was really the intent here, is to build extremely affordable units. and then I can pass it to Jeff.
Sure. I mean, I don't know, Jeff, if you have anything to add to that. You did a pretty thorough response. Thank you, Jen.
Okay, sure.
Jeff, do you have anything to add to that?
No, thank you, and thanks for having me, and thanks to the community for being there and caring so much about this issue. No, I don't have much to add to what Jen had to say, and I'm really grateful for her leadership. This is really a county-run project too, and we've been invited in to help with the development side of it once the site is chosen. So really where we're at right now is at a standby until that site is actually chosen. And then we can look at the different kinds of development issues, the community involvement, the city's involvement, the county's involvement about what they want the site to look like. So there's a lot of latitude in this in terms of how we can make those changes, increasing the number of cabins that are involved in it, the number of people that can be served. So we're really waiting for that and then we can start to provide more specifics about the shift of the budget to a new site and what that's going to look like.
Great. Thanks, Jeff. I'm going to move down through my list of questions.
Just a question of Jennifer related to this. Yeah. I want to be crystal clear on the language, because I heard you say, use the term permanent supportive housing pathway to supportive housing. So tell me if I'm understanding this correctly. For some people, it's living in a small unit, which I have been doing for 3 years myself, without a kitchen and often without a shower, so I know what that's like. It's enough of housing to get somebody back on their feet. It's not the ideal lifelong situation. But for some people, are you saying that this could be their permanent housing for a segment of the population? Others will use this as a way to get themselves together. And in the meantime, just so the public knows, the city is working very, very hard. The long-term vision is that we're going to have truly low-income, affordable housing, preferably of the type, described by Sage. That's exactly what I have always. That's my vision for Ojai, that we have ecologically sound housing, that the long-term and affordable. I'm also familiar with straw building and all of that. So can you clarify what I just said in 2 sentences? So because the question comes up over and over again.
Yes.
Yeah.
So let me clarify. The pathway to housing is in the grant itself, right? The Encampment Resolution Funding Grant requires you to have a pathway to permanent housing in order to even qualify for the grant. In order to do that, we propose to actually build the housing, right? This is the tiny homes or the modulars or the cabins or whatever you want to call them. And that concept of the modules or the homes that are still in the planning phase, right?
Yes.
So with Dignity Moves or locals that want to contribute, right, there can be something that is planned out here locally that it is intended to be permanent. And that was written in. It doesn't mean that someone moves in and a year out from now that they may not find something else they want to rent or move to. Maybe someone increases their income or their benefits, or they find family that they want to reunite with. There's a lot of options there. But yes, that is the intent. It's that it would be permanent.
Thank you.
Through the mayor, I have a question as well. So, so it'll be a lease. I mean, I heard that. So essentially, the goal is not to stabilize and move on to permanent. That could be an outcome, but it's not necessarily the goal. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Then my other question is Proposition A, from what I understood, is only for severe mental issues? That's the only, so.
Proposition 1.
I'm sorry, Proposition 1, yes.
Severe mental illness, and there's a specific set of criteria and diagnoses that qualify. through behavioral health services.
Okay, so when we say funding might be available through Proposition 1, we have a very small subset of individuals who would qualify for that, or that we could tap into for that.
And I would clarify that Prop 1 wasn't passed at the time when we were writing this grant. That wasn't really something we were betting on, right? That we would use for long-term sustainability. It's something that could potentially be used in the future and offset costs.
Yeah, understood. Yes, thank you.
Okay.
I'm sorry, one more question for our friend, Mr. Gaddis. And you may not be able to answer you may not be able to answer this right now, but are building materials negotiable?
I think they are. I think, just as we go through this process, that's something that we want to discuss with you. I can't fully answer it right now. We'll have our VP of construction and project management involved in those discussions with the community as well. But we're certainly open.
So it's a conversation we can have.
Yeah, it's a conversation.
Great, thank you.
Actually, can I ask a follow-up question to Mr. Gaddis?
Yeah.
Would that also include like hiring local contractors and okay, great, thank you.
We work with local contractors. That we wouldn't be able to scale this and do it if we didn't work with local talent, local skill bases to help make this happen.
Okay, just try to go through some of the questions here that weren't answered already. I think some are going to be for you guys to decide, you being the city council, who's on the boards, what are the terms, all that type of stuff. So I'm not going to go through that. What does it mean by more services? And I try to detail that a bit in the staff report. There isn't an instruction sheet that comes from the state that tells you what that means, or a definition sheet. The grant is overseen by a group of folks who are now transitioned over to housing and community development. There's a grants chief, and then she has her team, and they evaluate, in their opinion, if this is providing more. What she's told me examples of more means more than what you proposed on your application. So in your application, you had Kent Hall allowed for up to 20 tiny homes. More would mean more than 20 to them, but also more could mean closer to services. More on a transit line, closer to help of Ojai. That would mean more to them. But it is this group of state employees who administer the grant who make that determination. But there is no definition sheet that they give you that clearly defines that. It is a bit subjective. So this also feeds into, where could this be located? Well, when I've had the conversations with this person and her team at the state, they're concerned when you start talking about moving it far out of town because it's away from services. They know that you're going to possibly have to change the transit line to make that work. And the idea is having this be part of the community. They were very excited when we were considering 601 East Ojai because it was right by services, right in the downtown. People could walk. That type of location is ideal in their view. So, and I think that I'm probably the best able to speak to this question because I've been the one talking to the state the most about this. However, if Jen wants to jump in on this, feel free. Okay. I mean, I've been talking to them a lot about this question.
Have a follow-up question for that, if I could. So the grant authorities that you were speaking to at the state, we heard that this was going to move to HCD, but those people actually moved to HCD, so we're not having to reestablish relationships with HCD. It's just that group moved into that. They just moved under a new umbrella.
That's correct. The one caveat is, the section chief's name is Jeannie McKendry. She's explained she's probably going to have a couple of new bosses. There probably could be some additional oversight or requirements. They're kind of figuring that out right now. But she's made it clear that I'm still needing to go to her directly
Okay. So our grant administrator has not changed.
not
Just
changed,
where
but
she
there-
lives has.
And there could be some additional. She wanted to be clear.
Yeah.
She could have additional requirements from her boss. Or boss says she doesn't know that yet.
So you'll be figuring that out as you go, and she'll, I know that you have a fairly open relationship with her, so that back and forth should bubble up. So it occurs to me that really, when we're talking about more services, it's an argument to be made, right? We will make an argument depending on what comes to the fore, right? We will make an argument that, potentially, we can make an argument on why different building materials may be a better,
And to be clear, just to jump in, the state is not going to be involved in that type of discussion. In fact, they made it clear that they're not looking to. We don't have to demonstrate that we have site control. We don't need to give them any type of documentation like that. They're taking us at our word, because if we don't deliver what we said we were going to deliver, this is assuming we accept the grant and we move forward, then they'll ask for their money back. So it's kind of a different approach that the state has taken. Usually you have to demonstrate progress at milestones, and then they release funding to you and you get reimbursed.
Right.
No, they're just going to give us a check and say, this is yours, build the project. You better do it, because if you don't, then we're going to ask for that money back.
Great. I got it. Thank you.
Okay. One of the ones I think would be important just one more time on that topic. So trying to define what size parcel would work, that was another question. So when we were looking at 601 East Ojai Avenue, that was about 3/4 of an acre. It was vacant. It was flat. And we were able to, through Dignity Moves and a test fit, map out approximately 30 cabins that could be built there. So that was definitely more than the 20 at Kent Hall. But that size property is probably, I would say nothing less than half an acre, and probably more would be best, because it's hard to deliver more. And if you can't deliver more, the state said, then don't come to us with some site that you just like more than your current site, because they're not interested in in their view, political concerns like that. Okay, maybe this is a question for Jane. This is on admission criteria and how that works. If you'd speak to that, please.
So I think it's important, as we talk about the work that's happening and what's happening with the folks who are at the encampment, to have a little bit of context in terms of what Help of Ojai does, and that we are already working with that population, and we have been for some of them for many years. We work with a system called HMIS, the Homeless Management Information System. It is what other homeless service providers in the county utilize as a tool to help people find housing or meet their goal or whatever it is that they're seeking through case management. So if and when we are able to hire our additional staff, we will do a much more intensive type of case management with the folks down there. But right now, my 2 case managers are already doing this. We meet, we interface, and we do something called a VAT, a vulnerability test, essentially. And by that, people get a number, and then we prioritize. A lot of what we're looking at, and as Jen described, is an older community. So they are at a level of risk because they are aging. And so when we do those intakes, we essentially, again, will rank people based on this vulnerability tool, which I want to really emphasize. It's difficult. It's a really hard tool to go through with someone. It requires a lot of trust. They have to have really good rapport and really trust the person they're meeting with. And that's why case management is so important. So it's not just this very brief meeting, you're ranked, you're out. There is definitely a development and a building of that relationship, which then allows us to rank or decide, who has the highest need and needs to be housed first, if that makes sense. In terms of criteria, I feel like there's probably a lot of questions about more specifically what that means. We obviously, part of our programming and what we do, folks have to have become homeless in the Ojai Valley. That's a requirement for us in terms of the work that we do.
when I believe there was a snapshot of the population done in December, when kind of all of this was happening. And so we had those early numbers. We, of course, are seeing the numbers shift. And very similar to what this program will do once funded, we see people moving out. We know that there are people who are going to leave. They might have a better opportunity. They might get selected to move into permanent supportive housing somewhere else that works better for them. So those numbers obviously will shift, and there is not as much of a black and white answer to that as there might, people might hope, but we are talking about actual people who, the longer they are out there, the more their situation might change. And so it does require a lot of support in that sense. But I can answer specific questions too about that if you feel like I didn't cover something.
I think you did a great job, but maybe council has.
Yes.
A clarifying question.
Sure.
I know a number of people who lived in Ojai for decades and their jobs are still in Ojai.
Yep.
But because they couldn't find housing, they moved to Oxnard or somewhere in the outskirts of Ventura County. Now, do those people still qualify as becoming houseless in Ojai, or
once they're housed, they would know, like if they were housed, I could get really in the weeds on this with you guys. So first, and I was just having this conversation with Whitney Nunez, who's our director of homeless services. So especially when we talk about like permanent supportive housing in this model, if you were to get housed somewhere else, depending on where that is, we might still stick with you as your case manager, right? But you're technically housed. You're no longer qualify for certain services because you are housed, right? For this program specifically, we're talking solely the folks who are in this encampment. This does not open up to the wider population. Yeah. I read Facebook, you guys, I see the comments of like, I'm going to move to Ojai and get a house. Like, it doesn't work like that. Not in any way, right? Wouldn't that be nice, right? Or, I think just it's a lot more complicated than that, and it definitely doesn't work that way. But for this specific housing model, these are folks who are in that encampment, who have been there for, chronically at this point. So more than 12 months or 12 or more months. But like to your other point in terms of services we offer, we absolutely have clients whom we carry on supporting after they live Ojai, especially if they are maybe in like Ventura or Fillmore or Santa Paula. We see a lot of our clients go to Simi Valley, and we absolutely maintain that relationship.
Their intention is not to leave permanently.
It's their only choice.
They want to be close. They're commuting. It's ridiculous.
No, I get it. No, Susan, we absolutely understand. We see it every day.
Thank you. Thank you.
Every day. Any other questions?
Okay, thank you, Jane. I think this is a question for Jeff Gaddis. There were some questions about the typical dimensions of a Dignity Move cabin, and are we locked into the same type of cabins as Santa Barbara? And you kind of touched on this a little bit, but maybe you want to talk about what square footage of most of your cabins are and that type of thing.
Well, on average, they're 114 square feet, but it's really depends on the modular provider that we're going to get or whoever we're going to work with on the cabin itself. But for this site, initially, we looked at 114 square feet per cabin, and that could change, with the budget, the number of units, how we reconfigure the site based on the site selection itself. But right now, just as an aggregate, we would say 114 square feet.
Great, thank you. Oh, sorry, Councilman Lang.
There have been questions, Mr. Gaddis, about, and not tonight, but in previous public communications, about indoor plumbing and the availability of those kinds of facilities, bathroom, kitchen, water. Can you speak to that a little bit?
The most I can speak to it right now is, again, it's all tied to site selection and the utilization of the funding, right? Like, how do we best maximize and utilize the existing funding? So as we get into the site selection, the unit numbers, we can revisit some of these issues, right? Whether it's going to be common showers and bathrooms and laundry room. Some units may have their own bathroom. That's something we can, again, explore, but that's going to be really site specific and connected to the funding and how we're best able to use it and help the most people possible. So it's hard to answer that right now until we really know what we're building and how the budget's going to fit into that site.
Great. Okay.
But it can be an open discussion.
I have just a quick follow-up. If we are indeed looking at the residents of the encampment, then, I mean, I have a question about that. If, let's say, well, never mind, I'm not going to ask that question. The only question I'm going to ask is, you know, we can talk about, this can be in a committee, but the only question I'm going to ask is that if we're talking about these specific people and we know these specific people, then we know already sort of what would be most appropriate for them. Is that not, that is correct? Not that they will live there forever, but
Like most appropriate in terms of what? Like
well,
what the
age,
structure,
for
how
instance.
we
If we know 50% of them are elderly, then we know that 50% of them, you know, are going to need things that are specific to the elderly. For instance, I'm just saying, is it that level of granularity that we will be looking at to sort of build these individual units?
like in terms of like facilities, like do they have ramps? Do they have, you know, are they wide enough to get in through in with a walker and like
right, those kinds of things.
Absolutely. And Jeff, you can speak to this, but I know that Dignity Moves already does this, right, in terms of their models.
I mean, we'll be looking at the actual residents of this encampment to an extent. I'm seeing, well, maybe in your face.
I think, well, I think it's more of a building question, so it might be more for Jeff. But I think, like, you know, the idea being, I mean, especially with Dignity Moves model, is that they will all be very similar, right?
Okay.
Like it's
absolutely,
it'll be an inclusive build. I mean, it'll have to be in terms of the needs of the population.
Yeah, we're going to do site fits on ADA compliance and the number of people that have disabilities and need a certain level of care. So ramps and ADA accommodations are absolutely a part of the development and build of the site.
Okay, thank you.
Based on the existing population as well, the demographic of the population.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to give some other people a chance to speak now, switching to a different area. I'm going to have the city attorney and the chief please speak on the recent Supreme Court decision and what that means here in Ojai and our encampment and going forward and all that. So maybe both Matt and Trina can address this one. Thank you.
I think I'll start off. So for those who may not have seen a lot of recent news headlines, the United States Supreme Court ruled in the Grants Pass, Oregon versus Johnson case that it does not violate the Eighth Amendment to use criminal enforcement, including arrest and potential incarceration for persons who are violating camping or sleeping ordinances. That ruling, however, does not change the council's direction, nor does it change, I think, the Ojai way that arresting unhoused persons is not the first call, and probably not the likely call. It adds another tool to the toolbox, but it does not mean that that's our only tool. What we're expecting is to continue to use services, targeted behavior redirection through the sheriffs, through Secure All, through our partnership team, maybe citations, maybe criminal enforcement in the right cases where the other methods of services and outreach and working have not succeeded. And that's our expectation in our conversations with the county and our law enforcement partners as well. It adds another tool to the toolbox, or rather restores a tool that was there before the Ninth Circuit took it away, but it is not our only tool. Criminal enforcement is not our priority. It's a tool, but not the priority. Chief?
More to add than that, I think Matt Summers pretty much covered it. Our position with our agency is to do what we've done for the past years is offer services and get individuals help where we can and get them to hopefully accept the help. And enforcement is going to be kind of a last resort for particular situations where it may need it, where it may be warranted.
Thank you. Mayor, I think the rest of the questions might be more policy related for the council to discuss. I don't think I missed any that probably are for staff, but if you think of them, we're all here. And oh, actually, Ms. Harkey has another thing to say. Please.
Yeah, I just wanted to address one other thing in my notes was in regards to prevention, homeless prevention. Because a couple of times it was mentioned, well, if we just provide these select number of units, then what happens with others who also are on the verge or experiencing homelessness. And so just wanted to clarify that the county has invested more resources for homelessness prevention. So obviously that includes Ojai and the Ojai Valley. We also partner through the continuum of care with the help of Ojai to offer homeless prevention or rental assistance, right, services here. We also have a contract with United Way of Ventura County for landlord engagement, and that also includes prevention and rental assistance dollars. And so a lot of those funds are coming through county resources. The easiest way for someone to get connected is by calling 211, and there are staff who can do an interview by phone and can help get someone connected to that resource. But just wanted to clarify that there are resources to help as well. Thanks.
That's great. Thank you. Oh, and I think that Mayor Pro Tem had a question too.
Yeah. So when we address the 601 Ojai Avenue project or proposal for purchasing that property, our understanding, and I think it was your understanding as well, was that we had a deadline to commit to a location by July 1 or the funding potentially goes away. And it is now my understanding from talking to you that that's been clarified to not be as hard of a deadline. So that hence we're several days after July 1 and we don't have a location selected yet. But I was hoping that maybe you could fill us in on that because it might be very important to some of these issues we're talking about.
Sure, happy to do so. Yes, and so it was a moving target for some time, and we were speaking with representatives from the governor's office. We were speaking with representatives from other state agencies, and we were given and I think it was not intentional, but we were given conflicting information. And it wasn't until I finally got connected to the grants chief. This is Ms. McKendry, who oversees our grant, that I was informed that no, there is no, hard deadline. She did, like I talked about earlier, she did point out that you have a requirement to spend, 50% of your development costs within the first 12 months of getting the grant. We are supposed to get the grant sometime this month. We have not yet received it, but we do anticipate receiving $12.7 million in its entirety from the state. And with that will be some grant instruction, but she also has made it clear that the governor made this money available and he's tried to be a little nimble with it, and it's not like a traditional grant. And so I have a contact and I can go to her with my questions, but I don't have some of these definitions that you normally would see with a state grant. It's a little different.
But we have kind of an effective deadline in that we've got to spend a certain amount of the grant money in the first year and then another amount by the end of the second year. And so we can't really spend too much time debating the issue of where this is going to go.
And that's why we've been trying to move things along, because yes, it's expected that we spend the entire $12.7 million in that 24-month period. And so that's why we're trying to move along. And that's also why it's good to have partners like the county, like Help of Ojai, that Dignity Moves, they're involved in this type of thing, that know how to implement these things, that have done it before, that can move when you need them to. But as Mr. Gaddis pointed out, the most important thing now is a location, because they can only roughly estimate what it might be, but they need to see what needs to be done to the site. Do they need to bring utilities there? Do they need to do shoring of the location, et cetera, et cetera? How big is it? All these things. We don't know.
Thanks.
Okay, well, I would just like to thank Jen and Jane and Jeff, lots of J's, for the information. Thank you for recording the questions. And let's take a brief break, and then we will come back for discussion. Thank you. Okay, we are going to come back. So if you all could take your seats. Is this working? Okay.
Meeting time.
Meeting time. All right, thank you, everybody. If you could find a seat, and we will move on to discussion. Who would like to begin?
I'll make some privilege. You want to be? Oh. All right. Are we on? Okay. So I feel that tonight's meeting will go down in the history of Ojai as one of the most important meetings that we've ever had. There were things said, especially, I'm glad the meeting's recorded because I want to write down everything that Sage says that's the future of Ojai. Thought it was great, just great. I'm in favor of the three, the task force, the ad hoc committee, and the possibility of a future combination, climate, housing, economy, because we need to see how all of these, those three intersect. You can't separate them. So I look forward to working out the details with my colleagues on the council. You know, I have a lot to say about things that are not actually on the agenda, such as loosening restrictions on trailers temporarily because we're in an emergency situation, trailers that are not visible from the street, housing, you know. I mean, there are many, many things that we need to do immediately to keep people from becoming unhoused, but I won't go into that tonight, except for what I just said. And I have already a list of people who contacted us that want to be on the ad hoc committee. I would like to see Ruth Miller and Betsy Van Light continue. And there's Leanne McNeely and Holly Mitchin. It's not up to me to make the final appointment, but these are people who've contacted us that have a long history with what has already happened in the existing neighborhood. So they have insights that are important. And I think that it's a good idea when the time comes that we separate the three committees into three different motions. And I took a million notes, and I don't know that I'll leave it up to the mayor to make her wonderfully organized comments at the end, as she always does.
Councilmember?
Okay. Well, first of all, I really want to give a big thank you to all the people who volunteered and who have been volunteering from the very beginning, and any committee that we create. I don't want anything new that we do to overlook or undermine the efforts of the people who've been tirelessly working behind the scenes, like Ruth and Betsy, for example, and Jane, and the Rick, and we have so many staff that have been on top of this as well. And I also want to thank the Ojai Valley Board of Realtors for volunteering to take on this task. I'm in favor of and if we could separate this, I would like to separate all three of these. And so I'll first speak on the Board of Realtors, and I would like to designate like an unhoused property search volunteer committee. So taking the word force out of it to make it a little gentler, because I think one of the criticisms we had is that we have been, bulldozing our way through trying to meet a deadline. And so I'd like to make it, to name it in a way that expresses what it is. These are volunteers. These are incredible community members. I am in favor of having some kind of time restriction on that. And you mentioned 60 days. I think if I were to make a motion, or to move forward, I would advise that we direct the city manager to work with the board of realtors and get a realistic timeline, but that we cap it, and so that way there is, we give them more direction, because I really heard Sharon Meharry say we need direction. And I think also, if we were going to go with the realtors, to make the search area the general area of influence. So being open to whatever is possible for us. And I would defer to the mayor if you want to split. I'm willing to make a motion, put the motion on the table for this first item, and then continue the discussion if we want to split it into 3 different conversation points.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, great. Then I'd like to make a motion to direct the city manager to request that the Ojai Valley Board of Realtors serve as an unhoused property search volunteer committee to the City Council for the purpose of identifying proposed locations for the Tiny Homes Permanent Supportive Housing Project.
Is there a second?
I don't mind seconding it, but I do want to make, I want to discuss the actual staff report and some changes I would like to see, or some additions. Just on the realtor, yeah. And I don't actually have I think task force has a specific meaning, and I don't know that we need to change it, right?
Okay, I'm fine. I was just...
I want to discuss, the title is important, but I'm not so sure that what Councilmember Rachel Lang said is the best. So can we
You can ask for an amendment.
Yeah, well, actually, what was it that you said?
I
heard it, but
yeah.
I didn't write it down.
It was more of like a volunteer committee.
Yeah, that's
unhoused property search volunteer committee. But I'm open to calling it something else. If task force is just simpler, I was just I'm open to calling it something else.
Oh, well, can I?
Yeah, yes.
I agree with you, because I think it is, words do matter, and I think the word force, we could find a better word. So volunteer group, I appreciate. And I think, of course, in our culture right now, language is changing, so I think this is a good time to take a word that is usually associated with aggression sometimes out of it. So I like I don't exactly remember what you said, but I think a location search.
We can even just call
group?
it. We could even call it committee, a location search committee.
Through the mayor, just really briefly on the subject. I don't have a problem with that, but I think if the Ojai Valley Board of Realtors is offering their time and expertise, they should be acknowledged in the title. Like, it's not just a random group of volunteers. It is a highly skilled group that came forward as community members to offer their services. So to me, I just think that they should be acknowledged in the title, as opposed to this random group of volunteers who have come forward to be forward to be a task force. To me, it's just a sign of respect for their offer.
So how about Board of Realtor volunteer group?
Someone look up the meaning of task force.
No, I don't know.
No, seriously, that is a legal. Isn't that a?
It's not a legal term in the Brown Act. It's often used in communities to reflect what we often call an ad hoc committee. It's 2 council members out of 5 that doesn't require the Brown Act applying. This is something different. But it's not a legal meaning. It's just a commonly used phrase that's equivalent to ad hoc committee. So I have no concerns if we shift it to be volunteer search committee of the Ojai Valley Board of Realtors.
So we have a motion and we have a second. Are we ready?
Yeah,
Mayor Pro Tem?
I have some proposed amendments. I think that the idea of adding a deadline, and this is partly because of what the city manager has said about we don't have an indefinite period of time, and I think 60 days would be appropriate. I don't know if this needs to be, memorialized, but there were some comments from the public about the idea of, excluding the earning of, fees out of the sale of a property that might end up being selected. It being, so I guess maybe just using the term pro bono, that all participants will be providing services pro bono. And then the other thing is that the search goes beyond city property to include at least the area of influence. I don't, which is the broader of the...
The broader of the two is the area of interest, which is roughly the Ojai Valley.
The
Miners
narrower
Oaks.
is?
The narrow is the sphere of influence.
Okay.
And the
so
narrowest is the city.
And so let's include any property within the sphere of influence.
Do you accept those? Okay.
I don't know that I would like to discuss that. I think the single one of the top most important aspects of the site should be a location where people can walk to town, ride their bike, the accessibility of services. And the state, is my understanding, that's also the state's criteria. They don't want a location that is out in the boonies. That's not, when you wrote, this is what I wanted to clarify. In our staff report, we have 6 criteria, and the top one states, A, on page 22, states, does the property allow for more services and or an improvement from the city's original ERF grant application location of Kent Hall on the City Hall campus? And I interpret that to mean more services and improvements includes accessibility.
If I could jump in, the answer is it depends. So
Okay.
let's say it's a little further out, but you're able to serve 50% more people.
Okay.
I think, what the state has told me is they live in the real world. That's their
Okay.
phrase. So they know that maybe it's not going to have everything, but it has to have something that's making, that they're getting more value for the money they're giving us.
Okay. And so when you communicate with you'll be communicating all this again with the Board of Realtors. And then we would, if it isn't walkable, then we would have the trolley service running very frequently. That would be a part of the understanding.
I know the guy who's in charge of the trolley.
Yeah, yeah.
He's right there.
Yeah, okay. All right.
Through the mayor.
Just one second.
Oh.
So are you, Councilmember Francina?
Yeah, no,
are you,
yeah.
You're still,
my-
you second the motion.
Yeah, my
but-
other, it's already been seconded.
Well,
right?
yeah,
I
but
have a
I
question.
wanted to add one thing, and you brought it up. I think Ms. Meharry asked for clear directions. So I think we should direct the city manager to prepare directions about, criteria for the properties we're looking at. It may vary for, the further from the city center the property is, then the criteria for the property may vary. So,
Yeah.
so I'd like to add that to the
Do you accept
motion if that's acceptable.
Yes, so the motion would include direct the city manager to work with the Ojai Valley Board of Realtors main contacts to outline our specifications for the property search.
Okay. Councilmember Rule?
Yeah. So it's ambiguous. Does more services and improvement? So it's going to be weighing these, and so until we know the site, we're not able to weigh them. It's just as you said. So we have a general idea of what we need to go to the state with: more services or an improvement. And once again, that becomes an argument that you make. And we don't know how that argument is going to play out until we actually look at the properties. And they will all come back to us. And if Councilmember Francina has an issue because it's not walkable or bikeable, then that would come up for discussion. So what I'm saying is that to try to put too much of a specificity overlay on this is not going to work until we actually have the properties. There will be a lot that comes into play.
If I could just jump in,
Yeah.
right? So I understand that there's some frustration probably, the realtors would want a very specific instruction, but I can give them as granular as an instruction as I have.
Realtors are very, yeah, they're creative. I mean,
Okay.
I think they're gonna get the gist of
Okay.
what we're talking about.
Are we ready for a roll call on this
No,
motion?
I have a question.
Okay.
Okay, my question is this: if our time limit is 60 days, are you saying that means 60 days? They have 60 days to bring us I mean, I feel like that's. I want to be more. No. I want to extend it. I'm a little bit worried if they bring us a list that nothing on it works. Like, are you going to be vetting this so that when 60 days is over, we have something real, or, you know?
What I would be doing is meeting with them as regularly as they would allow, because I would want to provide them with input and feedback, and yes, and I would be happy, of course, to take properties to the state to have them, help us decide.
So
yes,
in this, by the time it comes back to us, this will have been vetted.
that's the idea.
As best as our ability.
Yes.
So that it isn't another 90 days before we have something.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I just want to also just clarify, because I know there was some confusion about the title of it. And I do agree with Councilmember Rule that we want to give credit to the Ojai Valley Board of Realtors. So I'm going to propose the title of the Ojai Valley Board of Realtors Property Search Committee.
Lovely.
Does that work for everyone?
It works.
Okay.
Yes.
But is it, but that could be, it doesn't mean anything to someone that has no background. Whereas the previous title says
just the task
locations for
force.
the tiny homes permanent supportive housing project. Shouldn't that be in the title?
Actually, there is no title proposed. It just says task force.
Yeah, okay. So
I think I'm going to call the roll. Let's have a roll call, please.
Yes, Mayor. We have a motion by Councilmember Lang with a second by Councilmember Francina to proceed with the
Wait, didn't you second it?
It's okay.
Okay, but I'm sorry to be disruptive, but
I
what-
proposed an amendment that was accepted.
Okay, I'm sorry. The title is. Would you please read the title again? And listen, as a writer, titles are very important. They should tell someone who knows nothing about this exactly what it, to the best of. It should be meaningful.
Yes, Councilmember. So
Okay.
we have the motion and a second. What I'm going to do is I'm going to read the staff recommendation and then the two additions, all right? Motion to direct the city manager to request that the Ojai Valley Board of Realtors serve as a task force, hold on, to the city council for the purpose of identifying proposed locations for the tiny homes / permanent supportive housing project, and designate a new title, Ojai Valley Board of Realtors Property Search Committee, and direct the city manager to develop criteria and specifications for the committee to use for the property search.
Okay, that will all be in there.
Okay.
If I could, I think that there are a couple other. Yeah. I think I heard, maybe there wasn't consensus, but a 60-day deadline. Did I hear that? That should be in the.
I have three. Let me recite these from Councilmember Whitman if they are approved.
Okay.
So, and define a deadline of 60 days, define pro bono agreement, and include any property within the sphere of influence, if that's accepted by the motion maker.
And you include through the city manager and to the state, to the extent they'll give us a preliminary answer, vetting before sites come back to council.
Yes, and actually for the timing, 60 days, I would like to, Mayor Pro Tem, I would like for the city manager to work with, to give it a deadline, but to work with the realtors about if 60 days is not realistic, I think maybe no more than 90 days. If it's not realistic to do 60 days, I want to give it a deadline, but I don't want it to be too firm.
Pardon me. I'd recommend just coming back to you at your August 27th meeting if that's a problem. But don't put that in the motion because I can do that now.
Okay.
May I suggest an amendment, humbly, where it says within the sentence about anywhere within the sphere of influence, could we add with preference given to locations close to services, something like that? Or is that going to tie up?
I think that's
My suggestion is that that's inherent in it, but also
Okay.
the realtors are coming to the council with a list of options. It'll be the
Okay.
council who will decide
Okay.
what's the right site.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. All right. We are ready, Weston.
Let's take a roll call.
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem Whitman.
Yes.
Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Mayor Sticks.
Yes.
Councilmember Rule.
Yes.
Councilmember Francina.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, wonderful. All right, we will move on to the ad hoc committee and advisory board question. Who would like to begin? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, so I could talk about the housing and unhoused issue for a long, long time, but thankfully for all of you, I won't. But I do have a few things I want to mention. The first is that, there's been some discussion that either city staff or city council was engaged in some type of double cross on the 601 Ojai Avenue property. And, that's based upon a comment made by the property owner. But my understanding is that the property owner's representative came to the city representing that property owner and making a specific request that we not engage with that property owner, and that because he was in a situation where that would have been disruptive to him, and that the city, honored that.
That's
and
correct.
That there was no misrepresentation. There may have been a misunderstanding, but I just wanted to clarify that there was, no intent to deceive on the part of council or staff. I also want to correct the perception that, that this was kind of a new issue for the city. The homeless encampment and where it's going to be located has been on the agenda frequently, going back at least a year. And I think I've been talking to, city manager, all three city managers since the day I was elected to talk about, homelessness. And it has been on the agenda frequently. I do appreciate the fact that a segment of the community has, come forward in the more recent past. But, to suggest that we're doing things in the dark, I think is not accurate. I think we've been very forthcoming and vocal. And, we had that meeting where the grant application, in a hotly contested meeting that lasted for hours talking about it, the location of the encampment or whatever our solution for that was hot on that agenda. It was very important a part of that agenda, and that was several months ago. I also want to point out, for those who seem frustrated, about whether this council is addressing housing and homelessness issues, in the fact that, in the 18 months that this 5-member body has been put together, we've done some really amazing things for housing. And I'll just list a few quickly. We adopted, well, first of all, I was very surprised when I was elected to learn that 50% of the people who live here are renters, and became very acutely aware early on that each one of those renters, or at least a lot of the renters, are, constantly feeling at risk that they're going to lose their opportunity to rent and be pushed out of the community. So what have we done? We have adopted rent stabilization, which puts certain restrictions on certain homes in terms of how much the rent can be raised in any given year. We adopted tenant protection, which sets fairness rules for being able to evict tenants. We've addressed a housing development, the Becker project. We negotiated with that developer after a referendum that then was, with the project was withdrawn and readvanced. Our renegotiation of that project turned a project that would have been a net loss of affordable housing into a housing project that had a significant, substantial gain in affordability numbers for the community. We approved the Cabrillo development project. We've approved the Montgomery Habitat for Humanity project. And so we haven't been silent on the issue of housing or attempt to address. I would argue that in our 18 months, we've done more than any other two-year council has done in a couple of decades. So we are receptive, we are making progress. We may disagree sometimes, but ultimately, we've passed some things that have had very positive impact on the community. I'm a little bit, so we changed the name of this project that we're talking about from, the homeless encampment, because that was not a particularly appealing or descriptive project of what we envisioned, to a tiny homes project. And I think that's closer to where we're going, but I'm not sure that tiny homes is the right thing to say, because, we're still having to grapple with which of these units are going to be more like a home as a place, just to live while you're addressing your homeless issues. So I think I'd like to have us continue to look at the right way to label this project. I want to, thank and acknowledge, and I'll miss some people, but, Ruth Miller and Betsy Van Light, this has been going on for them long before I got elected. And, fortunately, when I understood how big of an issue this was, I met with Ruth, and she is a wealth of information about the history of what we've been doing with housing. And I think any public movement forward needs to include Ruth. I think Betsy Van Light can be included in that. And I also want to say that there's a community group, and I'll screw up their names, but I think it's Better Solutions for Ojai, that is from this neighborhood. And, I want to commend that group, because they didn't just come out and say, we can't have this project in our neighborhood. They came out looking to add solutions to find the best type of project that we could have. So, the effort to have a quality project has always been part of, what we're doing and what the community's trying to do. Someone mentioned the concept of the strings attached to the grant. And I think the community really needs to be clear on what those strings are. And I think the problem with that is that we don't really know what they are yet. Meaning, so we accept the $12 million, what does that obligate us to do for the next 50 years? Before we make a decision, we need to have a very clear understanding of what all of those conditions are. We are 4 square miles The valley is much, much larger than that. I think our proper role is that, we do our part for our community, and we create an example to the other communities in the county and across the state of what you can do to address, homelessness. We're not going to solve homelessness in this city, just like we're not going to solve, climate change in this community, but what we do can be significant. And so I'm, very optimistic that we're going to take this $12 million and move forward. So a lot of people have been asking, what are the statistics for people who have moved into the encampment and then have any of them transitioned out? And I think we ought to, potentially keep track of that on the city website so that people can answer that question, because a lot of people want to know that we're doing something to, move people towards a better life. And so what I would say is that as opposed to a ad hoc committee, I think we should hold a series of town hall meetings. And I'd like to see them, led by Ruth and Betsy and a city staff member, and to have it as a forum. People have talked about the idea that they, need more time to speak. I think we should have some town halls, not with the city council sitting here, but information gathering with the community consisting of Ruth and Betsy. And I think those town halls would be a much better way to communicate to the public what's happening and then receive feedback as to what the community is saying at that meeting. And so, my motion on item number 2 would be to direct staff to set up those town hall meetings. Let's say, 3 in the next 90 days or 2 in the next 90 days. That would be my motion.
And just a clarity, we already have one set up for the end of this month, I believe, with Amy Weiss, correct?
I don't know the date, and I don't think she's still here, but she
She'd-
probably has
she'd
one, but that's
mentioned-
specifically that's really addressing, I think, just what's
Okay.
going on in the encampment and what she's trying to do with the resident steward model and getting feedback from the greater neighborhood about their concerns.
Okay.
That's really more what that's about.
Okay, well, we have a motion. Is there a
I'll
second?
second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
I-
Yeah,
I
we're
still-
still in
Yes.
discussion. Yeah. Do you wanna-
So both Ruth Miller and Betsy Van Light support an ad hoc committee. I don't see it as an either or. I think the community has come out very, very strongly for ad hoc committee that will do engagement and reach out in ways that we cannot. We've had town hall, as has been pointed out, we've had many, many, many council meetings. We've had many of these kinds of, one-to-many conversations. We now need to have the community to step up and to talk to their community and to explain this. I don't think it's an either or. If we want to have town meetings, that's fine. We have the enthusiasm that has come from actually engaging the community to be part of this as opposed to being only sort of a responder of this. I would hate to dampen that. We've heard forever that that community engagement is so important. And, a town hall is one form of community engagement, but it is not people to people. It is not me to my community, my group of people. I would be highly disappointed if we were not to have an ad hoc group to work through this with us on a much more deliberate basis. I don't see this as something that requires expertise. I see, beyond a certain point, I see this as the way that we engage the community. So, and I'm hoping that my other council members also feel the same way, that we have seen this bubbling up. We have seen the community come and say that we want to be part of this engagement and this communication. And I don't think us resting back the communication and saying, no, it's going to be a town forum, and even if they have more time, I just, it's apples and oranges. And to me, it would just be so disappointing. And I think the community would be so disappointed if we were to say, no, we're just going to have a couple of town hall meetings. And because number one, this is evolving. This is so fluid that the idea of the ad hoc committee is that we get information in and we push information out, and information changes, and things become clearer through that communication exchange, not through this one-to-many. People need to take it in and think about it and come back and after having thought about it, and they need to work with others in the group, and they need to talk to Ben, and it needs to be this ongoing thing. I would suggest, yes, let's have town forums. Let's have town meetings or forums where we keep people abreast of where we are in the process. So after a month, we have a report out, and the whole community can come if they want. But we've had town meetings where people don't show up, as you say, and as we know, we've had innumerable meetings on this, and still the community feels like they didn't hear any of this. They don't know any of it. And no matter what you say is like, oh no, well, we've had all of these hours and hours and hours long meetings. People still say, yeah, but I didn't know. And they're right. They didn't know. It's not that we didn't put it out there. It's just that it didn't make its way to the receiver. And we need to engage the community. We need the community buy-in. So I'm going to make a substitute motion that we move forward with an ad hoc committee for community engagement and communication. I don't see.
That's all you need to do.
That's all I need to do. Thank you.
Okay. Is there a second for that motion?
I'll second the motion, and when it's my turn, I want to make some language suggestions in the that are in the staff.
Councilmember?
So I want to express why I supported Mayor Pro Tem Whitman's motion. I think this is a bigger conversation that has to do with city communications. And one of the frustrating things for me as someone who worked as a communications and professional for many, many years is that we don't have a marketing, communications, or outreach or public relation. We don't have any kind of strategy. And so if we are designating a committee, an ad hoc committee to be our voice essentially in the community, and we don't have an overall strategy, communication strategy, we have Christy who's really getting up to speed, but that's not enough. I think that I am in favor of tabling this part of it. I'm in favor of having an advisory committee and maybe even a commission, but the communications, I think we need I think we need a communication strategy agendized. We need to have this as a part of a bigger picture of how do we communicate with the community? How do we reach out to people neighbors and who are affected by the decisions that we make here on City Hall? grounds. We're doing the community newsletter. We're implementing new action items for communications. But I think that the function of communication and working with the community could actually fall underneath the advisory committee. If we do decide to move forward with that, they could work with staff. They would have a staff liaison, and I think it would be smart for us to have all of the communications coming through the city and not coming through volunteers. I think it could get really messy, and I think there could be a lot of misinformation. And one of the challenges that we've had in this very beginning, and as Mayor Pro Tem mentioned, one of the challenges we had is we don't have a central communications flow. And so the paper can get all kinds of information in other ways without it coming from the city. And I think the paper does a great job of covering things, so I'm not criticizing them, but I'm just saying that we need to have a unified voice. And so that's why I'm really in favor of having all the communications go through the city.
Okay. So I do not see why all the communication could not go through the city if we had an ad hoc committee. I do not see how a town hall that is a substitute for an ad hoc committee. The town hall could be a result of recommendations of the ad hoc committee. I don't understand why when we have people who have volunteered for this, we have already Ruth Miller, Betsy Van Light, Leanne McNeely, Holly Mitchum, and Kim, a woman named, who I have yet to meet, but I don't know her last name off the top of my head. And many other people want to be part of this. At one point, the Planning Commission had a housing committee, and that fell by the wayside, and I won't go into that. I need to talk a little bit off the top of my head, because many things were said tonight that I don't agree with, but this is not the time to challenge them. But however, it feels like someone is allowing council members to bring up topics that are not focused on this ad hoc committee. Nothing, I don't know what to do about that. But my other suggestion, I'm in favor, I want to make clear that I'm in favor of the ad hoc committee. I'm fine with any publicity relations that they do, that goes through the city, however that's appropriate, through the city manager and then Christie. I want to also discuss, while it's my turn, okay, the term tiny homes. I wanted to bring this up when I first saw the Dignity Moves project referred to as tiny homes, because as several members of the public have pointed out, that's not usually what a tiny home is understood to be. A tiny home is a small house that is complete unto itself. It can be built with a foundation. It can be a movable tiny home, but it's not what Dignity Moves is proposing. So my question is, instead of calling them tiny homes, couldn't you just call them Dignity Moves homes? Or what was the reasoning for calling, or small homes, or something that doesn't confuse the public?
Well, I mean, just forgive me, Councilmember, but I think that is a question. But I think right now you guys should be focusing on not that part of it, but whether, what, right, do you want the committee, or do you want you have a town hall proposed and you have a committee proposed, and whatever you guys want to do.
So this can still be tweaked, the language of the staff report.
I think either body or both could address that.
In future communication.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. So yes, I'm in favor of the ad hoc committee. We've needed that for a long time, and I also asked the question: can people that are on the ad hoc committee also serve on a future advisory committee? Once and the future advisory committee is distinct from the current. The future advisory committee is, can I read we have, well, no, because the two are intimately connected. It says, number 3 is a future advisory committee once the location of the tiny homes permanent supportive housing project location is determined. So the staff suggestion is that we wait to form this future advisory committee, and they must have had some logic as to that rather than merging the two, kind of, you know what I'm saying?
Sure.
Yeah.
So the
Yeah.
logic was you don't necessarily have a project until you have a location, and the advisory board, which I'm recommending be a Brown Act committee, you know, one that you'd have to create through an ordinance, you know, would be focused on this project, this location, recommendations, suggestions, feedback criteria for that location. But until you have it, it doesn't really make sense to create it.
Yes.
Because then it's kind of a, what is it supposed to be
Yeah,
doing?
that's what my logic also tells me. So I have a question. The Board of Realtors can be in communication, would make sense, with the ad hoc committee.
They could, but you don't have, I think right now you need to decide if you have one or not.
Yes, okay. All right.
Okay, I'm going to go.
Okay.
All right, well, I first want to thank everyone, council, staff, members of the public for being here. And it is a momentous night, and it is a great symbol of our community coming together. And FDR said the test of our progress is not whether we add more to the abundance of those who have much, it is whether we provide enough for those who have too little. Was that the quote you were looking for? Okay. Cosmic. And I am seeing much progress here tonight as we come together to help those who need it the most. And to just give a little perspective on the progress, in early 2021, after I was elected, I met with Supervisor Matt Levere, to discuss the possibility of creating a shelter, and I assembled a few volunteers to work on it. I received much criticism and got one of my first anonymous thumbs down in the paper for wanting to start an international homeless shelter. I'm happy to see a change of opinion, so that's good. I want to thank the members of the community who stepped up last meeting and offered to help. I must admit, I braced myself when I saw the crowd that was here, and it was such a pleasant surprise. As Bob Kemper said, often when I'm here to complain about something, what hasn't been done or what should have been done. And so thank you, Bob, if you're listening, for being supportive. Also, Barbara Bowman said we all agree on something for a change. So thank you, Barbara, for acknowledging that. I especially want to thank former council member Randy Haney for publicly apologizing to me. He said last time I spoke here, I wasn't very kind to Mayor Sticks. That's not what we need in this community. It's just not Ojai. You can disagree with someone on policy. It doesn't mean you have to dislike them or hate them. We need to take a step back. Instead of pointing fingers and trying to win the day, we grab hands and move forward. So I completely agree with you, Randy, and thank you for saying that. And we need to remember to quote Robin Gerber, quoting her mother, words are cheap. And Robin questioned, are we just speaking of Ojai as a loving community for our family and friends? I hope not. And I agree with you, Robin. So let's take this opportunity to commit to focus on policy and not use the ERF grant as a weapon in the coming election. As Bill Wyrick said, let's get beyond fault and blame. So thank you for saying that, Bill. I also want to thank Sharon Meharry, the Board of Realtors president, for offering the board's services. I'm grateful for her commitment to collaboration and kindness. As she said, this will keep us all on the right track, and I agree. So I would like to take this opportunity to encourage all of us as we move forward together on this project to hold each other accountable to this commitment by gently reminding each other to remain civil and caring, even when we disagree. The finger pointing is the problem. To date, as mayor, my observation is that frequently when people disagree in Ojai, there's a lot of vitriol and anger, which results in dysfunction similar to what we have witnessed at the national level, and nothing gets accomplished. We now have an opportunity to be a real team, an entity that respects each member and our diversity of opinions. That means that we take care of each other, and make every effort to allow every one of us to flourish. I also want to thank the neighbors, the neighborhood around City Hall, and our city staff. It's been a long journey. There has been no blueprint for this project, and we're learning from experience in real time. And I'm so grateful that we have Amy Weiss here as the encampment steward. I encourage everyone to go introduce yourself to her. She's an amazing human being. We went on a walk this morning, and already I see a huge difference in the encampment. And Amy is such a great resource of information and expertise. And also she's monitoring the security, which we now have, which has changed a lot. So we know that this is a highly controversial topic right now, and I think that it's important that the electeds are out in front and that we do, I agree with you, that we control the city, the messaging. People can help any time, and it's been remarkable to watch Ruth Miller and Betsy Van Light and George Gaines earlier just step forward and see a need and work so tirelessly to meet the need. And, you know, it reminds me of the Margaret Mead quote, never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed individuals can change the world. In fact, it's the only thing that ever has. So thank you for doing that and continuing to do that. And people can help anytime. Anytime anyone wants to help, go talk to Amy. Go talk to Rick. We have the infrastructure set up. Talk to Ruth. Talk to Betsy. I feel, though, that council has the responsibility to communicate directly with the voters. We base our policy decisions from input from the entire community. So once again, I encourage anyone who wants to help, and I'm going to introduce Sage to Amy and to the Board of Realtors and get that going, and Jeff Gaddis. I would say, though, we need people boots on the ground, not up in the sky. And so, for example, I have a friend, Nancy Martinez, who has been delivering meals here for months. And I told her to go talk to Amy. They've organized a schedule. I know Debbie Swedick, some of you know her, has been delivering food here all the time. So anyone who wants to help, please go help. So I would support your motion? It's your motion. I can't remember now. Anybody have any final comments?
Yeah, I have final comments.
Let me finish my sentence.
Through the mayor, please.
So we do have a motion and we have a second. Could we just repeat the motion before we move on?
Absolutely.
There was a substitute.
There was a substitute
That's
motion.
So the question is, do you want to do a...
Okay, we have a substitute motion, so we have to vote on that first. Councilmember Rule?
Yeah, so what I'm hearing is that this is a thank you, everybody, for showing up, but no thank you for participating in a stakeholders ad hoc committee. I'm kind of at a loss, since everybody you mentioned supports the ad hoc committee. While I understand Councilmember Lang's point about communication coming from the city, I don't think that this is the time to say, no, we don't want to have community involvement because we don't have a communications plan, and we need a communications plan before we can have an ad hoc committee. I don't find that logic to be sound at all. I mean, I agree that we need a communications plan, but I don't agree that therefore we shouldn't have an ad hoc committee. We need boots on the ground to communicate to everybody in Ojai what this is about. And we had a group of citizens come up and say, that's what we need. And I just... We have done this from the very beginning. We don't want to have stakeholder meetings. We don't want to have the community. I mean, you know, we don't want to have the community to have any kind of real input to how this works. You know, we've disbanded housing committees. I think the proof is in the pudding. We have the people that have contributed most to this saying that this is a good idea. You know,
Actually, I want to.
Councilmember Lang.
I just need to respond to a couple of things. First of all, I am just talking about communications. We have not discussed the advisory committee, which would be a Brown Act committee as a part of this. We have not talked about that yet. And I think that what I'm trying to say is, let's take a step back with the communications with an ad hoc committee that isn't going through a process. And so I'm not saying anything about denying our volunteers the opportunity to speak and to participate. And I'm not in any way, undermining the very gifts that they've brought us and the gifts of who they are. What I'm saying is we need to have a process for this. And I am in favor of a future advisory committee, or underneath a housing. I'm open to that. I think that would be a way of recognizing those who have been on the ground. I'm just saying, let's take a step back on the communications. And so there's a world in which we could bring this back and say, let's have the ad hoc committee as a part of that advisory committee. But I don't think it makes sense for us to have that as a standalone thing right now. That's what I'm saying.
So I have through the mayor, I have a question for.
I think it's Councilmember
Through the mayor
Francina.
over here. sorry, Councilwoman.
All right.
Leslie.
No worries. Go for
I
it.
would like to clarify for the public how an ad hoc committee functions. It's a Brown Act committee. I thought you said it was a Brown Act.
The Brown Act,
it can be.
It contemplates ad hoc committees. When we typically use the phrase, it's not a Brown Act committee, it means it doesn't have to meet in public on an agenda with public comment. So if we structure an ad hoc committee on a temporary, time-limited basis with a temporary, limited scope engagement, then it doesn't have to meet in public. And that's what your colleagues are meaning when they say it's an ad hoc committee. The council can dictate that it meet in public, of course. We can go above the Brown Act's minimums. And then the advisory committee that's proposed here as a Brown Act committee would be meeting in public with an agenda and public comment.
Yes, okay. I'm still in favor of both. I want to, to me, when you say that the public can meet with anyone that would normally be on part of the ad hoc committee, they can just go find them and go talk to them. To me, that seems very inefficient. To me, at this critical point, the ad hoc committee makes sense because it's going to be a group of people who have been the most engaged for almost 2 years. Some of these, I was at the early meetings with Ruth, from the very beginning. I think I was the first person she called. These are the people that want to meet and bring their focus into helping this evolve to the best possible a conclusion. Not conclusion, because it's always going to be evolving. I still do not understand how you can tell people they can, if they want to be involved, they can be involved. Of course they can be involved. They're already volunteers. I know Nancy Martinez as well. We're longtime friends. That nothing that you said is not possible to do in addition to having the ad hoc committee. I do not see why you would take such something that the public, that the people that are most engaged seem to be, have expressed, all the people you thanked are in favor of an ad hoc committee. Why would this council suddenly decide to pull the rug out from under them?
Well, I think we have discussed our reasoning. We have a motion and we have a second. We have a substitute motion.
Can I ask,
Yep.
Can I ask the city manager a question? Is there a way to, if we were to have some kind of communications group or committee or ad hoc committee, is there a way that we could hold those meetings either in public so that there are opportunities for the public to be engaged, or is there a way that we could have them working directly with Christy or with you in order to make sure that we are following a strategic communications and outreach plan?
Let's take the easy question. So you certainly could require that those meetings take place in public and are open to the public. That's easy. That's the easy part. I think the harder part is trying to control. These are volunteers, and they're not employees of mine, and so you can certainly give volunteers some guidance and some general instructions, but they're not accountable to. I'm not saying that they wouldn't be, but I don't have any. With an employee, it's different, right? It's a requirement. They're asked to do it. If they don't, there are consequences. It's not the case with a volunteer.
Mr. City Attorney, did you want?
I was just going to add one thing the council can do in addition to requiring it be in public is if a formal communication is going to come outward from the ad hoc and use the city's letterhead, that could be looped through the city manager first before it goes out. There's a control element
actually,
there.
I could jump in. Yeah, we wouldn't allow. I would definitely have to prove anything like that. But I'm sorry to step on you a little bit, but I mean, I was just trying to narrowly answer the question. You can certainly ask of anything, but do I necessarily have control over that? No, because I don't.
So, and to answer your question, Councilmember Francina, why I think that the communication, it is our responsibility. It is our responsibility to communicate. It needs to come directly from the electeds, and we can disagree on that.
But that we can still communicate.
Well,
we have ample opportunity at these meetings to communicate our position on these issues. These people are not going to be making any final decisions. I mean, I am delighted, and I think that you're going to have a lot of very disappointed people. All the people you thanked are going to be shocked that they're not going to be.
Well, let's have
we
have a motion and we have a second. Excuse me, Mayor Pro Tem. Yep.
Yeah, I'd like to make a substitute motion, and this is based upon what I'm hearing, and it's coming primarily from Councilmember Lang, and I support what she's saying, and I'm listening to the city manager as well, and I think what is a disconnect here is, what authority are we passing over to this committee as opposed? The reason that I was proposing town halls is because that's going to be run by staff of the city, and so the messaging is going to be controlled by staff. Councilmember Lang has raised the idea that there needs to be a communication component that is run through our city manager, our communications director, and potentially even our attorney. And so my proposal is that we give direction to the city manager to come back to us with item 2, with a clearer direction on how it is that, community members are going to go out and communicate what we want to communicate to the community about our project that's marching forward.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay,
Yes.
all right. So I think it's time we move this along.
No,
so could we?
I'm sorry, I'm not
please
through
do
with-
not interrupt me, Councilmember Rule. So I think it's important that we move this along. So how about one final comment, and then we're going to have a roll call.
Okay. I just want to point out that we spent 20 minutes of this particular session talking about nothing that was relevant to this item. So it's hard to even know where to start here. Number one, we can't control what people say anyway. So it's better that we have a group that have enthusiasm for actually communicating. There's many ways to work this. You could have, they can be open, they can be Brown Act, open meetings. Once again, I will point out that the people who have done the most work on this, sitting right in front of us, support this. So So the motion is to come back. The motion is to come back. Let me think about
Councilmember Rule, I'm
that.
going to ask you to wrap it up so we can have a roll
Thank
call,
you for
please.
asking me to wrap it up, but I'm thinking, and I'm sorry. Okay, I'm gonna cede the floor to Ms. Francina, but this requires some thought. This is not just something that we throw out the window and say, sorry, you've had your 2 minutes. Either make a decision or move on. So I'm going to cede the floor to Councilmember Francina, but I'm still trying to think through this and what this actually means. We don't have another meeting until the 27th of August. Okay. Is there some way we can control the message by just simply potentially having a talking points sheet that we would ask all volunteers to speak to? Remember, the people on this committee are the people who have been responsible for doing this. Do we really think that Betsy Van Light and Ruth Miller are going to go out and put out incorrect information? It's preposterous. Okay. Anyway, I'm going to cede the floor to Councilmember Francina.
Okay, final question, final comments, and then we are going to have a vote.
Two points. Betsy Van Light is a highly experienced leader in, I don't know quite how to describe it. She leads meetings of this nature. She has a long history. She's a university professor. You know, if she's part of the committee, those meetings will be productive. I guarantee it, and with her and Ruth on the committee. Secondly, I still do not understand why you're characterizing this as an either-or situation. We can still have a town hall meeting that's controlled by staff. We can have both. And I think, thirdly, most important, community goodwill is extremely important at this juncture, and I think you're going to be throwing a wet blanket on it if you do not.
Councilmember Lang, and then we'll have a vote.
Yeah, I just want to say that we're talking about Ruth and Betsy, who are exemplary, but if we open this up to creating a committee, we might all choose different people. We have seen in certain commissions people not getting along, and that confuses the communications. And so I think it's worth it, us just taking a step back, giving it a little bit of time, really being clear, having to Mayor Pro Tem Whitman's point, let's see what exactly the committee would be and what staff needs in order to facilitate with the communications. Because I think the volunteers that we know are phenomenal, but if we open up a committee and we invite others to join in, we don't know. We just need more. I just need more information. I need more information in a process, is what I'm saying.
Okay. Well, we have a motion. Just a second. We have a motion. We have a second. We need to. It's 9:30, and we have 9 items on. Please do not interrupt. And so we need to move it along. We've heard from everybody repeatedly, so it's time to have a roll call.
But excuse me, Mayor. If we need to take a vote about continuing the conversation, we can do this, but I did want to respond to Councilmember Lang. This is a conversation. This is a way big deal, and as much as you would like to move it on at your convenience, I'm not okay with that. I would appreciate it if you would just give people a little bit of room to breathe. I really would. It would be nice. This is a big deal. Takes thought. Thought takes time. So if you could do that, that would be much appreciated. What I would say to Councilmember Lang is that each one of these council members are going to choose somebody. Are we going to choose a bad person? Are we going to choose somebody we don't trust? The other 5 are going to be chosen by the city manager and can be approved by us. We can make the committee the way that we want it. It will be our representatives. At least half of them will be our representatives here. The other half will be the representative of the staff. And we can make it ours if we want. So to say that it's just a random group of people that can come up and, they can make up whatever they want is not to understand the structure that has been laid out before us and is part of the motion. There are representatives. They're not just random folks that are going to go out and say whatever they want. So that is an incorrect sort of assessment in my mind.
Councilmember?
I support what you pointed out. That's exactly correct. It was also my understanding that we were simply approving the ad hoc community for community engagement and communication. The details can still be worked out, but I think there's a guarantee that these are going to be responsible people. I don't see you're manufacturing problems that I don't believe will exist. Certainly, an ad hoc committee can have a a moderator. It can be structured so that communication is always respectful. I feel like you're underestimating the type of person that will serve on this committee.
Could we have the roll call, please, now, Weston?
This
is too
Yes, Mayor.
Just respectfully to both of my colleagues, what I'm saying is I'd like more information about the process. That's all I'm saying.
My question is, even if we vote for this, we can still have more information about the process, correct? Approving this does not mean that we're locked into anything.
Well, procedurally, right now, you have a motion on the table that you're voting on. And I think by nature of what's been proposed, you will be getting, if you vote for this motion, more information about how it's going to work. That's what I understand the motion to be.
So
That's
you
what
will
you're
get
voting on
more
now.
information.
Which is different, if I could,
Yeah.
than what is in the staff report. That's a different thing. I'm understanding what you're saying, and you could read that to mean that, but the motion is actually this coming back with more details about number 2.
Okay, thank you very much.
But that wouldn't be till the end of August, right?
That's correct.
That is a real problem.
Roll call, please, Mr. City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. We have 3 motions on the floor. We'll begin with the third at 9:24 by Mayor Pro Tem Whitman, second Lang, to direct the city manager to return to council with the recommendation number 2 of this item and to address the communications component and any authorities given to an ad hoc committee. Roll call. Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Whitman.
Yes.
Councilmember Francina.
I'm not clear if by voting for that communication component, I'm also ruling out the ad hoc committee. Can someone tell?
It's just voting to go forward.
To delay it. It'll come back on the 27th, hopefully.
No.
Mayor Sticks.
Yes.
Councilmember Rule.
No.
Motion passes 3-2.
Okay, thank you. All right, we will move on to the.
We have not voted on number 3.
Yeah, so we're going to move on to the third component. Yeah, let's move on to the third component. So this would be future advisory committee once the location has been determined.
So
you wanna begin?
I would like to just start and say I'd like to make a motion to direct staff to return with a agenda item. I'd like to vote yes that we do form a future advisory committee, and that we don't delay it until that we do it effective as immediately, that we don't wait until we have a property. And that's my motion.
I'll second it.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. All right, any comments?
Yeah.
We're gonna
Yep, Mayor Pro Tem?
So the report and how it's proposed basically is that the city manager, if I understand correctly, is asking us if we want him to bring back to us a structure of a commission type of body that's going to oversee our unhoused project and our unhoused community in general. And so it needs to be fleshed out what that commission is going to be, what authorities they have, how we're going to select and all that kind of stuff. And so I think this is inherently an item, and I don't know how I would vote on approving such a commission or not until I see what those details are. And what their scope of authority is going to be and what it's recommended. So my recommendation is to allow, and so I'll make a counter motion or a substitute motion that we direct the city manager to bring back a formal proposal about how to constitute a commission over the housing project and housing in general, and not housing in general, but unhoused in general.
Is there a second for that motion?
Well, I wanted to I seconded Rachel's motion.
But we have a new motion on the table. Is there a second for that motion?
Yeah, I believe I was starting to say, I was starting to make that exact motion, which was direct the city manager. So, yes, I'll second the motion.
Yes, Mr. City Manager.
Sorry, really quickly. Considering that we're already bringing back on the 27th the second, okay, I'm going to ask that I not have to bring back the advisory committee on the 27th also. I will, and that's a very, very, very full agenda already. You just added another item to it. We do not have room to have both these items on that agenda. And I don't know that we'll be, even if we didn't have a full agenda, I might not be prepared. I need to work with this guy to make sure we're getting it right.
And it's tough to write a precise plan for an unhoused site commission when we still don't know the site yet. So that can return perhaps a meeting after
Yeah.
that.
Okay, so are you just, it's your motion? No, it's your motion.
It was my motion.
Would you like to table the motion, or you
No,
We just have to
I'm not asking for it to come back on a specific date. I'm asking it to come back when the city manager and the city attorney say they're ready to present to us what type of a commission we could create, and what those bylaws and how it'd be constituted.
Yeah, excellent. I just thought Councilmember Lang was wanting it at the next meeting, and I just
but I have a
can't do
question.
it. Yeah.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Question?
The question is, Councilmember Lang did not say that it hinged on that we had that she was not in favor of waiting till we had the permanent supportive housing project location is determined. We do not need to wait to have a commission of this nature. I don't believe that we have to have the site already identified, because the commission is bigger than just this.
I'll address that. I'll modify my own motion to say that there is no requirement that we wait until we have a site located to bring this idea back to us, because it could be 6 months before we find a location. Where that will be a bad scenario, but yeah, I mean,
yeah, that's right.
I mean, bring it back when you're ready.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. Okay, all right, well, we have a motion and a second. Ready for a roll call?
No,
please?
thank you. I need to, I wanted to clarify whether or not, because there had been some discussion about whether it would be, a climate, housing, and economic implication, in other words, whether it was a larger commission than just on housing and, well, not, the unhoused. I mean, in other words, it could be a housing and unhoused commission. It could be a commission that dealt with things the way, I mean, you understand what I'm saying, right? So I guess I just want some clarity on what the council would like you to bring back, or the options that live there. Do we trust you to think through that? No, of course we do. To think through this, or do we want to give you more direction, or, do we want to have that evolve in the next conversation?
My suggestion, if I could jump in there, is that we come back with options for two reasons. One, the idea of a broad climate, housing, unhoused commission wasn't on tonight's agenda. The public's expecting us to discuss an unhoused encampment potential ad hoc committee. Let's have that broader discussion when the community's expecting it. So why don't we return, if this motion passes, with options?
Sounds great. Thank you.
Okay, roll call, Mr. City Clerk?
Yes, Mayor. We have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Whitman, second Lang, to direct staff to return with a formal proposal to council for constructing a commission for the intent with no date certain and with no requirement for a property site to be purchased before the commission is formed. Roll call.
Could I make a friendly possible amendment as soon as possible, as soon as reasonably possible, as opposed to, thank you.
Yeah, that's
Roll
good.
call.
As soon as reasonable.
Councilmember Lang,
Yes.
Mayor Sticks,
Yes.
Councilmember Francina,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Whitman,
Yes.
Councilmember Rule.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, wonderful. All right, thank you so much. Thank you, members of the public who are hanging in there. We appreciate you for being here. We will move on now to public communications remainder. Anyone in the house?
No raised hands, Mayor.
Okay, let's move on to discussion item number 3, introduction of an ordinance amending Ojai Municipal Code 2-6.107, termination of residency for council districts. Is there a staff report?
Briefly, so this is an item that arose from the events of last year regarding adjusting the, I'm mixing up my items, adjusting the rules regarding termination of residency for council districts. Under the current Ojai Municipal Code section 2-6107, if a council member elected by district terminates residency in a district and does not reestablish residency within 30 days, their seat can become vacant and subject to the court procedures that declare it actually vacant. The proposal is to modify that section to provide that if a council member does not terminate the residency in the district and thus does not run the risk of losing their seat, if a council member continues to reside in the city and their move was either at no fault of their own or involuntary, for example, eviction, and the city council member maintains the intent to remain in that district, a retroactive back to the statewide emergency COVID order, March 19th, 2020. The idea being that legally, residency for elections purposes is defined as a person's domicile, which means the place in which their habitation is fixed, where they return when they're not otherwise engaged. It requires a marriage of presence and intent. And if a council member involuntarily loses presence, they haven't lost the intent. So if their intent is to remain in the district, then provide them the time to do so. That way, their eviction doesn't result in loss of a council seat. And it's consistent with prior case law on the idea that temporarily moving location, changing physical presence, without the intent for that to be your domicile, doesn't lose domicile. So it's stitching together that case law with this idea of what happens if a council member is evicted or involuntarily loses residency in their district, but is still resident in the city. So with that, staff would recommend introducing the ordinance and available for any questions. Thank you.
Any questions? Yep.
I want to be careful if I understood what you were saying. My understanding was when I lost my housing, I could not establish residency in any other district. For that reason, even though some members of the public disagreed, I remained technically homeless. The definition of homeless includes sleeping on someone's couch, your stuff in storage, living in a unit with, like a tent, all of that kept, in my opinion, kept me legally because I had ample evidence that I was seriously seeking housing in my district. But are you saying that under this new ordinance, which is much more humane, I could have lived somewhere else month to month?
Yeah, if your intent was to remain in the district, but you're temporarily located elsewhere, but still in the city, if this ordinance passes, then yes, you would be okay to remain in your seat. The caveat is always a court might find differently.
Yes.
But this is structured to be consistent with the present law.
That's much more humane because you cannot underestimate the hardship of that. It's extremely hard living out of a storage unit and your van. I don't wish that on anybody. So this is a wonderful ordinance, and I'll make a motion to approve.
Well, we're on questions, and
Yeah,
then we have to
public
take.
comment,
Okay, any other questions? We have some public comment. First, we have Larry Steingold, and then Jeffrey Starkweather.
Good evening, Larry Steingold. I understand why this is necessary, and I support it, but my questions are, why is it retroactive? Okay, because if we're starting from here, there's no particular reason to make it retroactive unless it's to give voting records or something. Maybe somebody can legally vacate votes because she wasn't elected. I don't know what there's a legal, I don't know. But why retroactive? Also, temporarily, whether it's this time next year, 5 years from now, temporarily unhoused, is there a time limit? Because you can be temporarily unhoused, obviously, for years, all right? And you can go month to month for years. Is that a determination? And if the person who's now unhoused chooses not to occupy an available space, does that now change the intent? Because if somebody's offered a home and you don't take it, then you no longer are unhoused, in which case your intent is not to live there. So, I mean, are there some caveats to this so it's not open-ended, so that somebody can, unfortunately, for circumstances, game it one way or the other and just be month to month, have no intent, but still be city council and not have it retroactive? You see what I'm saying? I mean, am I clear?
I'll wait till all the questions.
Okay, those are it.
Thank you, Larry.
Done. I was clear. Okay.
Any comments online, Mr. City Clerk?
Mayor, we have no raised hands on Zoom for item 3.
Let's move on to discussion. Who would like to begin?
Start,
if I could.
Wait, our city attorney's going to weigh in, but
Oh, okay.
I can answer the questions if you'd like me to.
But can I also say that you have to be living in your district to get reelected. So,
Oh, yes.
So
That's
it could
something
not
different.
go on forever. Yeah.
Yeah, so
For your full term.
Mr. City Attorney?
yeah, so we structured this to be retroactive, reflecting the fact that while the housing crisis in the city is certainly long running, much of the acute element of it in recent years stemmed from the COVID pandemic and its fallout. There is no question about the past votes of the council that were allegedly raised by the civil grand jury's report and other reports for two reasons. One, no court has ever ruled that Councilmember Francina vacated her seat, and only a court can rule someone vacated their seat. Only a court, not anybody else. And number two, even if a court ruled that any given council member vacated their seat, all votes taken by the rest of the council are lawful, because until that court ruled, they were in what's called a parent office holder. There's a doctrine that says the entire city's functioning isn't lost if somebody's ruled to have lost their seat. So all votes are safe from all of the periods at issue, and Councilmember Francina has never been ruled, or no any other council member has never been ruled not to be council member. So there's no concern there. The time limit component is, if somebody in the future were to try to game this system, then I would expect that our robust community would see it, recognize what's happening, and file a lawsuit to challenge it.
Thank you. All right, Councilmember Rule?
I'm going to go ahead and make a motion that we approve the recommendation of the administrative report.
And I'll second it.
Okay, any final comments? Mayor Pro Tem?
So, I think that this ordinance, really changes. That the ordinance really changes, deviates greatly from state law, and we adopted the ordinance in the first instance, although I wasn't on city council at the time, because of a combination of legal decisions that required that representatives be from different districts, and also from lawsuits that were being filed to enforce that rule and to challenge cities that weren't maintaining that district. So I think that the exception that's created creates the potential for somebody, to game the system, to move into a district before an election, get elected to that district, and then go move where they really wanted to move, and say, oh, I still intend to after being evicted, say, I still intend to go back, but there's no requirement or criteria establishing the effort or intent to go back. And I don't know how you would be able to do that or measure that. So my proposal is that the 30-day limit may be somewhat draconian and unrealistic given how hard it is to find housing in Ojai. And so I'd propose we keep our old language, but we allow that person who's been removed from their seat or from their residence through no fault of their own, 100 days to find a residence within the district that they've been elected in. So I would make that motion.
Is there a second for that motion? I will second that. And I think in terms, and I completely empathize with you, Councilmember Francina, how difficult that was. And my concern, though, is this language. And I agree with you, Larry, intention. I know, surprise, surprise. The word intention is very vague. You can't really say what that is. So that is a concern for me. And the second point, the move either was not due to any fault of the city council member, it was involuntary. What about the situation if someone loses a job? I mean, and then can't pay the rent. That would be a situation where it's not fault, so it's still, what are you going to do in that situation? So, and I hear you that it would be a lawsuit potentially. I also agree with Mayor Pro Tem where we really need to follow state law and to protect us in that sense. So we have a substitute motion with a second. Councilmember?
Comments, okay. First of all, our city attorney would not bring this forward with this language after a year of careful thought about it unless it's legally defensible. I trust that. Secondly, we as a council, we're adopted the districting ordinance under great threat and duress. No one on the council wanted to adopt that ordinance. It is very important that this council recognizes, acknowledges to the public that they see that a city that is 4.4 square miles should not be divided into districts. It's ludicrous. It affects everything about who we elect, okay? As a council, the two of you should be recognizing that, okay? He brought it up. It is on the agenda. It's related to this. Renters do not normally have a 4-year lease. What you are basically doing, if you do not approve maybe 100 days, that's only 3 months. That's not long enough. 3 months. If you pressure a council member, I was pressured after the meeting to find housing. I was so tired of all the controversy that I made decisions that did not turn out to be good, but I had to live with them for a year, okay? And I'm still living with them, okay? You need to respect the office of an elected council member and give them an adequate time to find housing in their district. You know very well that for a while, all the council members lived in the housing, no, not downtown. The current council, when we passed this ordinance, all 3 or 4 of the council members lived on North and South Ventura Street. Bill Wyrick was my neighbor. We had to make up these districts. We had to pay $80,000 for an expert to do,
And we drew legal districts when we drew the districts in 2018.
Districts. Okay, so the housing where all the council members used to live, where the high school, the Matilda House located. Come on, my mind is blank. You know. No, yeah, El Paseo is one of the streets. Arbolado. I was thinking El Roblar, I'm sorry. There was a time when almost all the council members lived in the Arbolada. They were elected at large. We have to put an end to this. I know that's not on the agenda, but someday that has to be corrected.
Okay.
So as far as, it's unfortunate. I can't even imagine electing a council member. I hope the public has enough sense to elect honest people that are living in their district, intend to stay in their district, have no intention. I was in my district for 8 years before my house was sold to an investor. Okay, and so any renter can be at risk with the way the current ordinance is worded, and I hope this council approves the ordinance as written by
So
our
I'll just point out that the ordinance as drafted, the one that we adopted did not result in you being removed from your seat.
only because you didn't get a third vote. You were going to take it to the state. You're going to
I was going to get advice from the Attorney General.
Yes, for $10,000.
Okay, let's no crosstalk.
Come
Councilmember Lang.
Yes. So thank you.
I would have had that hanging over my head.
The reason why I understand the impetus for the 100 days, but the reason why I am against it is because we're with climate, fires, floods. There are so many things that could go wrong to property, and so that other people don't kill themselves. I'll be fast about this, but if we're in the process of having a kitchen renovation, and things take a lot longer, and so what we thought was going to be a 30-day process is turned out to be a 3-4 month process, and that's just how the nature of construction and building and supply chain. And if you add the unfortunate incidents that could happen, like a fire or a flood or something like that, I just think that we would want to give our council members more grace.
Okay, we have a motion. Do you want to repeat the motion, Mr. City Clerk?
Mayor, if I may, I have a question
Yeah.
for the city attorney.
Sure.
With the motion by Mayor Pro Tem Whitman to keep the existing ordinance language and modify the relocation time, could that be introduced tonight?
Yeah, it's a modification of the ordinance as drafted to introduce it, because the item is an ordinance amending section 2-6107 regarding residency. It would be to modify the proposed language that's on the table now to delete the new paragraph B and change in paragraph A 30 days to 100 days. That would be legal if the council were to approve it.
Thank you, city attorney.
So it's a substitute motion to introduce the ordinance as adjusted.
Okay, roll call, please.
Wait, clarify, which are we voting on, the existing ordinance or on?
The first vote, because it was the second motion made, is Mayor Pro Tem Whitman's motion to not have the new language and instead simply have a 100-day standard.
Mm-hmm.
Just want to make sure.
Okay. Roll call. Mayor Sticks.
Yes.
Councilmember Lang.
No.
Councilmember Rule.
Excuse me, no.
Mayor Pro Tem Whitman.
Yes.
Councilmember Francina.
No.
Motion fails, 3 to 2.
Okay, we have another motion.
Yes, the original motion, Councilmember Rule, second Lang. The motion is to proceed as recommended. Roll call. Mayor Pro Tem Whitman.
No.
Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Councilmember Francina.
Yes.
Councilmember Rule.
Yes.
Mayor Sticks.
No.
Motion passes 3 to 2.
Thank you. Okay, let's move on to number 4, introduction of ordinance amending Ojai Municipal Code 2-1.204, increasing compensation for city council members. Is there a staff report?
Briefly, this one, is this me or is this you? Sorry.
No, City Attorney, please proceed. Thank you.
Sorry. This is an ordinance that would increase the compensation for city council members under state law. State law sets different rules for council member compensation than for the rest of city staff. That's the next item. For council members, it's all tied to population for general law cities. We are a general law city. Right now, the council member salary is $760 per month. State law lets us go as high as $988 per month, and staff's recommendation is to introduce the ordinance that would amend the council salary to be $988 per month. It does not take effect until the certification of results of the next election, also per state law. And that is, and I'll note some other cities in our community or our larger community have much higher salaries. Those are either much larger population or a charter city or had voter approval of a higher salary, all of which are options that are valid options for a future moment. But right now, it's a maximum of $988 per month, and that's staff's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from council? Nope. Any comments online, Mr. City Clerk?
No raised hands on Zoom for item 4, Mayor.
Okay, we will move on to discussion. Who would like to begin with a motion? Yep.
I'll just discussion. This has been a topic of conversation, a hot topic of conversation among other council members in Ventura County. There are other cities in Ventura that are grappling with the same questions that we are. And what has come up repeatedly is that this is a matter of equity, and that there are people who aren't privileged enough to be able to have, passive income or, retired. And this is increasing the salary is a way of hopefully attracting a more diverse council body. And so it's uncomfortable for me as a council member to vote for a salary increase. But I'm going to go ahead and make a motion, and this is for future council members and also for equity. So I'll make a motion that we approve the increase.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Any other comments?
No, I fully support what Councilmember Rachel Lang pointed out. If you look at past councils, it's true that mostly retired people can afford to serve, or people that are privileged. And if we want diversity on our council, we should do whatever possible so that that you can have diversity, including renters.
Yes, and I agree. Thank you for that motion, and I agree with you, Councilmember. And I think, yes, we needed to promote equity and get more diversity on the council and open it up. And it is a little strange voting on this, and yet it's in the future. So,
right, it doesn't take effect until the next election, so the voters have a chance to weigh in.
So in the spirit of equity, I think it's really important to bring more people in from diverse backgrounds.
Yeah,
Mayor Pro Tem?
So my only comment is that I don't feel comfortable giving myself a raise, and so I'm going to be voting no.
Well, may I point out that you don't have to take it? Is that correct? Because Johnny Johnson did not take any salary. Okay, you could support it and request that they not give you a raise.
That's absolutely a valid option. The state law is clear that a council member can refuse all or a portion of their salary. That's, of course, a personal choice that we would have no position on.
And another interesting fact, if I may, is that in the past, we could make this immediately effective.
They changed that law because of corruption in the city of Bell.
Because of the corruption, yeah. Yeah.
We are not corrupt, hence we're doing this in public with the delay in the effective date, unlike other places.
Yes.
Excellent. Roll call, please, Mr. City Clerk.
Yes, Mayor. Motion, Councilmember Lang, second, Councilmember Rule, to approve as recommended. Roll call. Mayor Pro Tem Whitman.
No.
Councilmember Francina.
Yes.
Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Councilmember Rule.
Yes.
Mayor Sticks.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-1.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Okay, it is 10 after 10. Everybody good to keep going? Yep.
I'm going to need a 2-minute break.
Okay.
Are
Should we-
these all items, may I ask?
let's take a quick break and we'll be right back. Thank you.
We've got this.
We're on a roll.
Can we just make a motion on all the rest of that?
You can do that.
Okay, we are back. We'll move on to item number 5, adoption of a resolution amending the salary schedule to update citywide classifications for fiscal year 24-25.
Thank you, Mayor. We're going to kick this to Mr. Petner, who has an oral report.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Thank you, and Mayor and Council, thanks for having me here tonight again. Again, for the public, my name is Will Petner. I'm a management analyst within the City Manager's office. I was back here a couple months ago to discuss the proposal of an adoption for a resolution amending the director's salaries. As promised, today we're here for phase 2 to discuss citywide classifications now using the expansion of the salary work that we had with Bryce previously. So today we're here to propose to Council the adoption of resolution, again, amending the salary schedule to update citywide classifications for fiscal year 2024-25, which would be effective July 22nd, 2024, as well as a second salary schedule to be effective December 23rd, 2024, increasing the monthly stipends of the mayor and city council members. So to just kind of touch on how we got here, as I discussed in our previous meeting, we began work with Bryce Consulting to go forward with a citywide comprehensive classification and compensation study. Our work there established our competitiveness and our layer of existing salary levels in comparison to a number of comparator agencies within the Ojai region. So that included a number of municipal governments as well as other relevant labor market agencies. Sorry. After that initial salary survey work, we then began work with our existing, our retained HR consultant, which is MRG Consulting. We worked the city manager's office directly with MRG Consulting to scrub some of that preliminary data and look to strategically align our existing positions within the city classifications into a series of groupings and competitive salary rates that we believe give respect to the level of responsibility and skill within each of the classifications citywide. So again, our ultimate purpose of this study was to improve our compensation of improve our competitiveness for our compensation of current employees, as well as improve our recruitment efforts for new employees. And again, these objectives align with the City Council's goal to encourage organizational development, as well as begin our quest to towards becoming an employer of choice in the region. So just, I think, an important point here before we move on to describing our steps. Prior to this work, the city had not undertaken a citywide compensation survey for several years. So that left a pretty significant gap, and I think some of our research indicates this, that we lagged behind in the region competitively with our salary base and in general, also in our benefit package. But today, we're here to kind of look at our, proposed salary increases to offset some of the lack of compensation growth over the last few years. So we have not, had appropriate
adjustments made towards, inflation levels that occurred over, from 2020 to 2024, as well as, current year inflation at 3% and anticipated inflation next year at 2%. So building into what this proposal is all about. So again, we talked before with all of you, and we had your approval for the director salary adjustments in May. Today, this is a citywide salary adjustment. So through attachment B and C, we indicate a series of citywide, basically every position receiving adjustments to ensure that we're meeting that median labor market salary range. So again, this work took place. This was a comprehensive effort. It is inclusive of Bryce Consulting, MRG Consulting, and the city manager's office, along with our department heads. And we worked to make sure that we were aligning these salary structures to position each grouping based on level of responsibility and skill. The ranges that we're proposing for you today are all a culmination of that work, but through attachment C and some of the work that we're outlining in the percentage increases for each specific classification, those new proposed maximum salaries that you'll see in attachment C are only indicative of the maximum salary level for each specific classification. So the city uses a 5-step salary range, which roughly increases by 5% at each step. The maximum salary rates are exhibited in that table. And the disparity found in a number of those ranges are an indicator of just how far we lag behind over time. The city, has fallen behind a number of its peers. While it is recommended that the vast majority of existing classifications receive a salary range increase, each employee's new salary will not necessarily grow at that same rate. So some employees may be at the top step of the our current salary range. With this new proposal, staff will adjust in a merit-based way to ensure that there isn't just a step-for-step increase to that new proposal. So to that point, total staff salary increases for the 24-25 fiscal year will remain within $250,000 budget range that was approved by council during our budget discussion. The city manager, myself, the finance department, and department heads will work together to ensure that number stays below the $250,000 threshold. And again, noting that some employees will not remain at the same step as we move forward. So if they are at step B, they could be moved to step B, C, or D. So I think it's important to also notice that employee placement within each new range is going to be based on supervisor determination and approved by the city manager as well. So there's a number of components to this. There was a number of adjustments we needed to make. Firstly, as we just approved the elected official salary adjustments. So the second salary schedule, attachment D, will take effect after the election is certified in December, and that will be inclusive of the $988 per month salary stipend for city council. The increases for city clerk and city treasurer will take place in the first salary schedule we're approving today, so that will move their salary stipend monthly to $455 per month. Another component of this salary schedule is the addition of trolley driver and transit driver permanent part-time classification. So we had a couple members of our transit department exceed 1,000 hours, so they no longer meet the threshold of a part-time employee. So we're providing our base minimum benefit package offerings that we need to through the state law or the federal law, as well as offering them the CalPERS retirement package. Moving on, we also have classification title ranges and removals of classifications. So for instance, we're looking to change several classification titles, including accounting supervisor to accounting manager. You'll notice too that position in particular is receiving a fairly substantial range increase. This is because we believe that not only is accounting manager a much more marketable recruiting tool as a title, but also we believe that we need to find a little bit more balance in that department. And we think that allowing for someone to come in, it's a currently vacant position. So in our recruitment efforts moving forward, we can use that as a tool to find more balance and a little bit greater level of responsibility immediately for whoever steps into that role. Other changes, so we're suggesting changing our project manager title designation to the IT manager. But most of you have worked with James Hahn. He's integral in our IT efforts. And again, James Ranger also is a technical support specialist. We're moving to change his name to IT specialist, or proposing to change his name to IT specialist. And then we're also making a couple important distinctions here, where we're altering salary ranges for our sports official and class camp instructor, both of which have disproportionate ranges in the current schedule, and we're looking to ensure that they have two separate classifications built in that actually grow in a range that's consistent with all the other existing classifications we have in the schedule. We're also looking to delete or remove a number of classifications that we think are out of date and no longer in use. Some of these have been in use for over 10 years, and some of them we're now contracting outwards. So there's a list here as well of those positions that we're looking to remove. So in summary, staff recommends that the City Council adopts the resolution, which would adopt these two separate salary schedules, updating citywide classifications for fiscal year 24-25. The first to be effective July 22nd, and the second to take effect December 23rd, 2024, increasing the monthly stipend for the mayor and city council members. The alternate options would be to take no action or request further analysis. And again, our fiscal impact, we're going to work together with all the department heads and staff, if approved, to ensure that this threshold of salary increase does not exceed $250,000 that's already been approved by the city budget for the next fiscal year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Management Analyst. Much appreciated. Any questions from council? Okay. Any Mayor Pro Tem? Yep.
Yeah, so it wasn't 100. I went into this meeting thinking that we weren't giving anyone an actual raise, but that we were giving the discretion and authority to give those raises at some point in the future if they merited those raises.
That's a correct statement. Yes, the city council would be increasing classification ranges. You approved in your budget money to allow for that. It would be at the city manager's discretion to make those
specific awards of a pay increase.
Right. With the understanding that our workforce is behind market, we do want to increase our employees' pay, but what we don't want to do is just blanketly go from, if you're at the middle of the old range, put you smack dab in the middle of the new range. That doesn't, there's no methodology to it. So we want to take a look at when your last evaluation was and what your last increase was given, what you're bringing to the table, your performance, of course, and then make a determination. Some people might get a sizable increase based on what they're providing and where they are. Right. Some people maybe they just received, an increase in evaluation, and really it's not the right opportunity to give it in an immediate increase.
That's all your decision, and all we're doing is giving you a broader range to work with. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Any public comment on this item, Mr. City Clerk?
Mayor, there are no raised hands for this item number 5.
Okay, let's move on to discussion. Anyone have a motion to begin with?
I'll move to approve.
Okay, is there a second?
Second it.
All right, any comments? I just want to thank you, Mr. Pettner, and that it's really important that we take care of our employees. So thank you for doing the research. And yes, so we want to be an employer of choice. So thank you. Roll call?
Absolutely. Motion understood. Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Whitman.
Yes.
Councilmember Francina.
Yes.
Mayor Sticks.
Yes.
Councilmember Rule.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Wonderful. Okay, moving right along. Item number 6, 2-year contract agreement for building and safety services with Wildan Engineering.
And I'm going to start this item off, Mayor. I'm going to start this item off, Mayor and Council. There was a slight typo in this one, as discussed in detail in the staff report, but in the title it was a typo. It's a 2-year contract through June 30, 2026 for $270,000 per year, a total of $540,000. So the per year 270 total $540,000. And that's laid out in the staff report, but was a little unclear in the agenda title. And with that, I'll turn it to Ms. Macaluso for a little more information on Wildan, our building services provider.
Thank you, City Attorney. Thank you, Mayor Sticks and council members. My name is Maura Macaluso. I'm your principal planner for the Community Development Department. So the city was contracted with Charles Abbott Associates from 2016 to 2023. And Charles Abbott Associates chose to terminate the contract due to staffing issues at the end of 2023. So at that time, the city entered into a short-term contract with Wildan while seeking requests for qualifications from 17 other firms. We received 4 proposals out of those 14, and Wildan was one of them. We conducted a face-to-face interview with all 4 of the firms, and giving great attention to how the prospective building inspector specifically would work within our community. They all exceeded our expectations, and after review and consideration, we decided to move forward with Wildan, of course, subject to your approval. So Charles Abbott and Associates, just to go back again a little bit, was paid half of the building permit fees that we took in to the building department. That over about 8 years averaged approximately $194,000 a year, $194,727. The contract with Wildan specifically caps at $270,000 for each fiscal year, starting fiscal year 24-25. And just an aside, our code compliance officer is also employed by Wildan. However, we have a separate contract with Wildan for this individual, and working with him and seeing how he represents the city out in the our community is just exceptional. And although that's not a reason to contract with Wildan, it doesn't hurt. And so I just wanted to note that. The recommendation is to authorize the city manager to sign a 2-year professional services agreement with Wildan through June 30th, 2026, not to exceed a total of $540,000, and that's $270,000 per year. That's what the cap would be. And so it was opened up by our city attorney. And are there any questions?
Any questions from council?
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem?
So is the fee structure 50% for Wildan also, and we just have a cap on it, or is it set at 270?
No, it's there's a cap at 270 per fiscal year. Sorry, this is a different kind of microphone. But it's an hourly rate for the services. We have engineering services and building services.
Okay.
Any other questions?
I could add something else. Sorry. So previously or currently we have Monday through Thursday for building inspection, and that's what we would stay with, that Monday through Thursday. During our interim time, it was Tuesday through Thursday. I wasn't real comfortable for the community, so we're going to keep the 4 days.
And I believe if necessary, there's an on-call component if something was ever necessary on a Friday.
Absolutely.
Councilmember Lang?
And I just want to verify through the city manager that this is a more cost-effective solution than bringing these services in-house and hiring someone on our own.
Absolutely. I definitely support the contract model, especially for a building and safety function. The other nice thing is it gives us flexibility. We have had some instances where an incumbent in the building inspector role was not a good match for the community and the types of high customer service we expect. And the beauty of having a contract is we just simply let the principal know of that. And the next week we had a new inspector. Actually, it was the principal himself. So we have that high level of service from Wildan, and that's nice. And our current building inspector, Jackson, is a great fit, and we've been very pleased with his service.
Thank you. Okay. Any public comment on this, Mr. City Clerk?
No, Mayor, no raised hands.
Oh. I'm sorry, you got to fill out a card, Larry. You got to wait. Council, are you all right with Mr. Sun? Okay, okay.
Exactly do they do, and do they have a deadline? For example, if somebody presents a plan, do they have to get back to you within 30 days? Is this part of their hourly? And does the inspector get a piece of the action upon fees and fines and everything else? That can be a no.
There's
There's like 4 questions in there.
Right.
Let me
Yes,
jump
there
in.
are.
Okay,
Right.
so
there's a lot.
question
No,
1, is there a
clarity.
deadline? Yes, there are. It's 30 days is imprecise. There are state law deadlines for the city to respond to requests for building inspection and for building permit review. And there are deadlines, and we follow them, and we meet them, and Wodan's been successful in meeting our deadlines so far,
Oh,
and we expect that
okay.
to continue.
Okay.
Second, no one gets a share of fines. Fines come to the general fund, no share of fines.
I come from a place where
I know that's other places, not here. The other key there is the old model with Charles Abbott was a percentage of the fees that were collected. So that was a 50-50 split, which is not uncommon in other cities. But the new model we're proposing tonight is an hourly model. So the inspectors and the building engineers and the Wildan team will be paid per the hour by their time. And the building permit fees will be as dictated per the building permit fee system, which is the evaluation process. So it splits those two. So nobody's getting a percentage under the proposal on tonight's agenda.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to, thank you very much. We'll move on to discussion. Would anyone like to start with a motion on the table?
Yeah, but I'll just make a quick comment first, and that is that there's nobody here complaining about Wildan, and I view that as a good sign. So I would make a motion that we approve the proposed contract.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we're ready for a roll call. And I just want to thank our principal planner for being here so late and for giving that presentation. We really appreciate it.
I'm really glad that we got a little levity out of this item.
Yeah?
Laughter.
Who knew? All right, roll call, please.
Yes, Mayor. Motion clearly understood. Let's have roll call. Councilmember Rule.
Yes.
Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Whitman.
Yes?
Mayor Sticks.
Yes.
Councilmember Francina.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you very much. All right, we'll move on to item number 7, adopt a resolution and city manager authorization approving agreement with Granicus for a new agenda management system. Is there a staff report?
Yes, Mr. Chief Deputy City Clerk, I believe you're providing this one.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager, through the mayor. We have before you a resolution buying some software services for agenda management and authorizing the city manager to execute those the contracts for those services. Agenda management services are majority in-house, so they're gonna help the city clerk's office work with departments, executive staff, and everyone to get the agendas twice a month done in a much more timely manner. It's an industry standard. We're a small city, but we are still a municipal corporation, and having these updated software services are needed. Compared to the last 2 items, this is a small purchase. Over 3 years, you will be authorizing the city manager to approve roughly $29,000, with $9,000 in the first year. So the tagline here for the public is that their access to consuming agendas of the city council will not change. What will change is they're going to have greater access within that. It's going to be more efficient for public comments, for finding agenda items, for documenting the whole legislative process. So I don't want anyone to think there's any concern that we're going to change the way anyone views an agenda. Authorizing this would really help staff maintain a professional workflow and help you get the agendas each time. Included in that, I did work with, let me explain, Granicus is the company. The product is Peak Agenda. That's the agenda management software product that I am bringing forward to council here. Along with that, I am trying to purchase e-comment, which is a public comment feature. Before I get into it, this is customizable. If council sees a need for clerk's office to adjust how it works, we can do that. But it'll be more efficient for the public to make written public comment, which is very important, and for it to be compiled using the software instead of staff time to council. Another another feature of this will be a public records request portal on the website, which is not directly related to council agendas and legislation, but is a service that Granicus offers. So it'll be a more efficient way for the public to file a specific records request, and then there'll be a self-serve feature if there's any high impact issues where we can put those available to the public. So this is about a 6 to 8 month process if approved. I would work with executive staff and department heads on implementing that. So it would take some time. And we wanted to bring it to council here just for the public transparency and, so that we can have a greater efficiency in the whole legislative process. Mr. City Manager.
If I could just add one more thing, and forgive me if you mentioned this, but the other key component this brings forward is version control.
Yes. What I didn't touch on, I was trying to go a little fast, is the internal side. For me, right now, our agenda management process is Weston, and I am version control. It's a joke, but there's going to be accountability processes for all directors and department heads to provide their staff reports to the city manager and his team.
Right. So what that means is things go into a work queue and it doesn't move forward until the next person has reviewed and approved it. What happens now is there's email back and forth, and we're fortunate Weston is very careful, but it's possible that the wrong document could end up on an agenda. And it hasn't happened, but So this is a safeguard. And it is within my spending authority, but I really wanted you all to be aware that we were doing this, and thank you, Weston, for moving this forward. It's very important.
Thank you, Mr. City Clerk. Any questions?
Yeah. And you may have covered this, but my understanding is that you can then do things like right now, all the public comments have the same title. And when we want to find one, we have our email, we have to open them up unless we're organized, like some people here probably are. But if I need to find something, that's one reason I often send things back over to Gmail, because I can search for things more easily. Does that make sense what I said?
It
you
does.
can retitle so the public comment either has the sender's name or the topic or something.
Right. And that information is public, so whatever the provider of the comment puts on there will remain. I think you're saying that it'll be for each individual item too. So you'll open up the item on the software and you'll get to see the public comments for that item instead of sifting through it, if you will.
Okay, normally when you get an email, it has a subject title. Our emails all have the same, they all have the same title. The public comments, I forget what they say. I could look them.
Yes, I understand that.
Yeah.
You're speaking about there's a feature on our city website currently where the public can either email the full council and mayor or into council members individually. So there's a format on that. Submissions through the city website have that format. That would be eliminated with the e-comment feature.
And it'll make it so we can identify without opening up the public comment what it's going to be.
We could.
It'll shift it to a new way to receive the public comments, which we expect will provide greater clarity.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be a different system than the current system, but we're expecting it to provide greater clarity.
Yeah.
It'll also facilitate us getting the public comments up on the website a little faster, as I understand it.
And if I can just add on the live public comment, one of the nice things about Granicus is theoretically if you had a 6 or 7 hour city council meeting, not that it happens. But if you're very interested in one agenda item, I can go on the agenda afterward and it'll take me to that moment in the video when that discussion comes up. It might be 4 hours. So it provides way more clarity to be able to find the actual discussion surrounding a certain item.
Will the public be able to utilize that feature to find segments within the video as well?
Yeah, so as specific as your agenda is. So if there's 12 items, if it's number 8 I want to see, I can click on 8 and it'll take me to that point in the video.
Right.
And that'll be on the public website.
The public will be able to do the same thing. And okay,
yes.
That's great.
Moving forward, the Granicus product will be the only agenda that the public will see. Right now I'm using Granicus for the limited software we have currently, and I'm making our own. That's that PDF copy that everyone uses with the clickable. So it'll be a transition, but that will be eliminated, and the Granicus with buying this product will be nice to use. for everyone.
Question? Yep.
Will we have the ability to respond directly to public comments? Because right now we have to, it's really cumbersome to receive an email, but then you have to copy and paste the responder and send an email to, so would we have the functionality of being able to respond directly?
The answer is, I think so. I think it's customizable. It would be how the public commenter, what information we allow them to submit with. So I don't know that answer.
Okay.
Yeah, I had that
Thanks.
same point,
Mhm.
related, yeah.
I'll take note of that.
Right now, I forward the public comment, then I copy their email and reply.
Mr. City Manager?
I'm just going to jump in that
Yeah.
if this doesn't resolve that issue, we will resolve that issue because I am in the same situation. It drives me crazy as well. So we will fix that either through this or another. Yeah.
Well, you have to remember the person's name.
Very busy.
All right, any public comment on this item?
No raised hands on Zoom, Mayor.
Okay, let's, anyone like to
I'll
put
make
a motion? Yep.
I'll move to approve the agreement with Granicus.
I'll second.
I do want to say that the deputy city clerk did an outstanding job of presenting to us and demonstrated our trust in him and advancing his title.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's very good.
Thank you. And anything we can do to make things easier for you, we want to do that. So thank you for the, you know, it's important that we have more efficiency and accountability. So thank you for bringing this forward, Mr. Chief Deputy.
Thank you,
Chief
Mayor.
Deputy City Clerk. Roll call, please.
Let's go. Mayor Sticks.
Yes.
Councilmember Francina.
Yes.
Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Councilmember Rule.
Yes.
Councilmember Whitman.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Excellent. Okay, cruising right along. Number 8, proposed Fourth Amendment to City Attorney Legal Services Agreement with Colantuno, I'm sorry, Highsmith and Watley.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. This proposed contract amendment follows a performance evaluation that you all completed for the city attorney. Feedback was provided, and I'm just going to briefly go through the terms that are outlined within the staff report. So it's proposed that this contract amendment has adjustments that begin on August 1st of this year. This is an evergreen contract, which means there is no end date. However, just like a city manager's employment agreement, every council meeting is the opportunity for an end date. And that's just the space we work in, and you, of course, have that option. Rates that are proposed reflect a 5% increase compounded for 3 years since the last increase, which was January 1st, 2022. There are some higher rates in the agreement, but those are chargeable back to those who may be reimbursing the city. So, for example, a developer. There's an annual increase that's capped at 5% for inflationary adjustment. But that is contingent upon a positive annual performance of the firm and the city attorney. And then basically all the other terms remain the same. So I'm happy to answer any questions. And of course, your city attorney could answer them as well. Thank you.
Any questions? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah. I'm going to, well, privately, you let me know, I think maybe other council members as well, that these rate increases are in line with what other firms are charging for city attorney services. And that's my only basis for knowing if these this rate increase is appropriate. So I just want to make sure that you're confirming that for us.
Yes, I've been city manager now. This is my third small city, but I've worked in other small cities. Every city I've worked in, with the exception of one, has had contract city attorneys. This is definitely well within, in fact, it's probably a little bit low compared for some of the bigger firms.
Don't say that.
Don't say that. Don't tell them that.
The thing I'll point out, the city could always have a lower initial footprint for legal services with an in-house city attorney. However, that city attorney would definitely need to go for outside counsel in a number of different areas. It's just the way it works. And so ultimately your bill would probably be about the same. I like, when you're in a small city, having a large firm because it's bench depth that we don't always have on the city staff side. I'm not saying that you want to use the city attorney's office for everything that you can't do as a staffer, but certainly, if nothing else, it is management consulting available to me, which is very valuable. The other nice thing is they work in a number of different cities. They have experience. Something like what we're experiencing has happened. They have a suggestion or even a sample policy or ordinance that we can start with. So that's a great benefit to the city. The last thing I'll say, I have a great relationship with the city attorney. I think he's a very loyal and dedicated employee. He's been here a long time. He knows what's happened and why, how to avoid problems we've had in the past, and I find that very helpful. So, thank you.
Okay, let's move on to public comment. We have Larry Steingold.
The retainer agreement and the fees and all that is fine, and I realize that as an attorney, his responsibilities to the city council, and when you review his job, it's confidential and anything, it's a problem asking questions here and getting answers. But on any job interview or job increase I've ever been involved in, or people I know, they've been asked questions, and a lot of them are reflective because they really can't be discussed. It's sort of like public asking you a question, can't answer it, legal concept, legal. So we've spent about $1 million, I don't know, a lot of money in the past year and a half, 2 years legal fees. Have there been any opportunities where you think you've looked back and said, if we had done this, we have done that, we could have avoided this and that, where it's more like you're admitting to an error, but you can't tell anybody. It's a mistake. I mean, this is sort of reflective stuff that if we could have gone this way and done that tact or brought in this expert, or we could have avoided the Simply Ojai debacle for $1 million and change, whatever it was, right? And just things like this. I mean, since the lawsuit, there's been a lot of legal fees for everything. And how can we avoid this? And those things you have to answer. And how do you do this? I would love to ask questions, but can't answer them. And I don't expect you to, but I would expect you to answer their questions, even bring some up. If I had done this, I could have done that. And that's what I would like to see internally, because I know this is not your business. You're learning on the job too. Every day is a new job. And he's been doing this for years. Andy Whitman's been doing this for 30, right? So you know what more. So you understand what legal consequences are, what comments are, and how to navigate the world of litigious people, and how to avoid accidents, slip and falls, be proactive, like cameras in the arcade, please, or something, sidewalks, slip and falls, and just to avoid these things. That'd be proactive, because we're reacting. It's always, and again, I'll bring it up, the stop signs after somebody died. Okay, there are areas where we can do these things prior to something happening. Governments are reactive. Maybe we can be proactive, like we're doing now with the housing. We're doing more proactive than we are reactive.
Thank you, Larry. Any comments online, Mr. City Clerk?
We do have one raised hand, Mayor, from Starchild. Stand by. Starchild, you have the floor.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to propose that the contract for the city attorney separate out trial litigation and have that go to a different firm. The reason why is because I think when we are looking at potential litigation and giving advice on whether or not to go to trial, that there can be a potential conflict of interest, and that potential conflict goes away if whoever is going to be undergoing the trial is a separate firm, and there's no chance that any recommendation to go to trial would also provide more money for the attorney's firm. So that's my recommendation. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Starchild.
No more raised hands, Mayor.
Okay, we will move on to discussion. Would someone like to put a motion on the table?
I have a couple of questions. When we are responding to a claim that comes under our joint powers, is that Carl Warren?
Yeah, Carl Warren is our claims agent. The risk pool is the California Joint Powers Insurance Authority.
And they assign attorneys through that, right?
Right, and we aren't risk pool counsel. So any claim that comes in that's covered by insurance, immediately it's tendered through the clerk's office to the CJPIA. If they pick up defense, then they assign counsel, and that's typically your personal injury, slips and falls, damages cases.
Next question is, are you the appellate litigation attorney, or is there a appellate specialist that...
We have one of the few certified appellate specialists who is also a municipal lawyer. Michael Colantino, our name partner, is a certified appellate specialist, and he advises on all appellate litigation. Depending on the matter, he may handle it himself, or one of our other seasoned litigators handles it. We haven't had appeals for the city in recent years, but if one did arise, certainly it'd be Michael or one of our other experienced litigators.
I'd move to approve.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second it.
And I would just like to say thank you to Mr. Summers for, yet you're very loyal. You have so much institutional knowledge. Your interpersonal skills are really appreciated. It's lovely to be with you. And your memory is like no other. So thank you so much for your expertise.
Thank you.
All right, so roll call.
Roll call. Councilmember Francina.
Yes.
Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Mayor Sticks.
Yes.
Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Whitman.
Yes.
Councilmember Rule.
No.
Motion passes 4-1.
Okay, and last
Thank
but
you.
not least, proposed First Amendment to employment agreement for the city manager.
And this is one that I'll do the staff report. If I could take 1 minute on the prior item, thank you for your support. And to Councilman Rule, I look forward to continuing to work together and getting to yes for the next time. And
I just want to point out that
yeah, we did absolutely.
we did speak
Thank you.
before this, so
Thank you for that as well. And we are always looking for, it may not be obvious in these meetings, but I'm continuously reflective with me and my team. We're always looking for ways to do better on everything. So anything we can do to do better is always the game. So on that front, proposed First Amendment to employment agreement for the city manager. The city manager, of course, was hired earlier this year, and the council has completed his initial 6-month performance evaluation, and the outcome of that is the proposed contract on the agenda, which makes 2 adjustments. One is the original contract provided for up to $420,000 in down payment assistance. The intention being if the city manager moved and bought a residence within the city. This makes 2 adjustments. One is to be within the city or within a 6-mile radius from the city, reflecting, as discussed earlier, the realities of housing and housing availability to purchase in the city. And second, that rather than having that be a second loan to be paid monthly, it would be a balloon payment due either upon the sale of the residence or 6 months following separation from employment as city manager, however that may occur, with a 1-year extension of that repayment deadline possible at the city manager's option if the appraised value of the residence is less than the purchase price at the time. The intention would be to still accrue interest monthly but be doable at the end, again, to facilitate the purchase of a home by the city manager within the city or within 6 miles thereof. The second would be if the city manager buys a residence within the city or within a 6-mile radius and lives in it as primary domicile, then a reimbursement of up to $5,000 in actual and documented moving expenses. The rest of the city manager's existing contract would be maintained the same, which includes the salary of $250,000 per year, an evergreen component contingent upon a positive performance evaluation every year, and as noted, same as myself, every council meeting is an opportunity for the council to make a change if the council so chose. With that, I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Any questions? Any public comment on this item?
No raised hands, Mayor.
Okay, someone like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the proposed First Amendment to the City Manager Employment Agreement with Benjamin Harvey.
Is there a second?
I'll second it. And I wanted to add a couple of things just because we did hear it in public comments about the loan amount. And I just wanted to specify for the public and for the record that we're not giving you the money, that it's actually a loan, and that it is primarily because it is very difficult to find housing in this area, and we really want you to stay.
And if I could jump in
Yeah.
just to emphasize that point, it's also will be recorded on title. It will be tied to the deed of the house. It will be a standard commercial loan. We will, and the interest rate is the LAIF rate plus 0.25%, so it'll be better than we're earning on our other investments.
And shorthand also that the money is basically secured by the property.
Exactly, it's
So
secured by
there's-
the house.
it's a
Should there be ever a problem.
very, very low risk type of loan that is completely secured.
Councilmember Lang?
Yes, actually, City Attorney or City Manager, would you mind explaining LAIF for the just for the record? Explaining
Sure,
what
it's
that
the
is.
local agency investment fund. The city is limited in what it may invest its money in. LAIF is the primary area outside of CDs where we're able to put our money, our reserve, when it's not being used, when it's not programmed. Currently, LAIF is historically always very low. It's a very secure and safe fund. You're guaranteed to get the money that you put into it back. Because interest rates are currently so high, I think LAIF right now is around 5%. However, historically, it's hovered around 1% to 2%. But, you know, it rises and lowers with the interest rates. And so this is LAIF plus 0.5%, 1/4%. So it's more than you're getting in LAIF. Arguably not a huge amount more, but it's more.
Well, Mr. City Manager, I would just like to thank you for being here. We're all so happy to have you here for your leadership skills, your expertise, your experience, interpersonal skills, management skills, a lot of energy, and your desire to get things done. So thank you so much for being here. And
Thank you. It's a real pleasure to work for this council, and I mean that, and this community. So thank you for having me.
Well,
It's been a
Ojai's
delight.
lucky. We're lucky.
Thank you.
So thank you. All right. So roll call.
Yes,
please.
Mayor. Motion
Yeah.
clearly understood. Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Councilmember Whitman.
Yes.
Councilmember Rule.
Yes.
Mayor Sticks.
Yes.
Councilmember Francina.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Excellent.
Thank you.
All right. We will move on to council member reports. Anything to report?
Yeah, I have a couple things to report. So on July 24th, I will be on a panel, a housing conversation with elected officials that include a couple of assembly members, a county supervisor, city council members from Oxnard, Simi Valley, and Fillmore, and we will be discussing housing in Ventura County. It will be in Ventura. I've let staff know and have gotten some feedback from Lucas around things that might be relevant to speak to. Most likely, I'm going to speak about the grant and also MESA as innovative housing solutions and or at least attempts at solutions. And also, I've been appointed to the ad hoc committee for VCOG on broadband because Ojai has been originally we weren't going to be the next leg, but because there's a digital equity component, they'll be coming up through Miners Oaks and Oakview and into Ojai for fiber optic. We're the next leg. So I'll be working with the Joint Powers Association and a couple of people from VCOG to keep everybody in the loop on how that's working. I was involved in fiber optic build out in Western Massachusetts, the largest municipal owned fiber optic network at that time. So I will be advocating as much as I possibly can that we own our fiber optic network, or we own as much as is possible, so we are not at the beck and call of the incumbents who will be getting paid to build this, by the way, with our money. So that's what I have.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yeah. Oh, thank you for doing all that. That's great. Well, Thursday morning, I'm going to meet with Martin Erickson, the Executive Director of the Ventura County Transportation. Oh.
It's on, just
Oh, okay. Thursday morning, I'll meet with the executive director of the Ventura County Transportation Commission, Martin Erickson, who is very much in favor of our ATP project and seeing the extension of the bike trail to Soul Park. So we'll be discussing those two items as well as other items. I found out today that some cities do have go through the golf course. It's not an unusual situation. I found that out from our city manager. And then just a comment. To the best of my recollection, this is just a comment. It's not a report. It's that I forgot to say earlier. In 2022, the voters voted to get rid of districts as soon as possible. I think we have to keep that in mind.
Right. By switching to a ranked choice voting system, if and when the council so chooses, and we can bring back reports on that option.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, any other reports? I'd just like to thank the organizers of the parade, the 4th of July parade, which was a huge success, so much fun. I walked with the City of Peace group, and it was hot and fun. Any city manager report? Future agenda items? Nope. Okay, well, thank you all for yes. Oops.
Madam Mayor, we're going to continue items 10 and 11, the last two closed session items, to a future meeting.
Thank you very much. All right, thank you all for a productive evening. We are adjourned.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.